So welcome everyone to HyperRandom. Let's see, we'll get the stream started on YouTube. Hopefully that's live. And okay, looks good on YouTube. So welcome everyone. So as I said earlier, this was randomly appeared on the schedule this morning. I woke up and I saw HyperRandom. So I'm gonna cast this. Hello again, Jimmy. Hello everyone. Again, shout out to Dave, who is the main organizer of this. And again, OG Straggler Tree and Zetnus for helping too. I see Liereyy and Yo both in a lobby, so hopefully we get started right away. In terms of ladder elo, Yo is 2773 and Liereyy is 2487. I don't know how much either of them plays. I'm going to save my shout out though, because I'm going to shout out DauT when he plays his Stronghold Frenzy set. I'll shout out Dave later on during the cast. And then I have a ton of Stronghold Frenzy Rex I want to cast, but I might save that for after HyperRandom. Today was going to be Stronghold Day, but then they placed these games on the schedule. I thought the quarterfinals for HyperRandom were going to be like Thursday, Friday, then semifinals Saturday, and finals Sunday. But apparently that's not the case, and they're playing two of the quarterfinals today on Wednesday. So, I don't know. I don't know. Liereyy and Yo are in the lobby, so hopefully we're good to go. Again, if you want to watch in 4K, you can watch on YouTube. And I think we're good to go over here on Twitch. Maybe they played it earlier because of the Chinese land travel. That would make sense if they're playing it earlier because of land travel. Because the Linguan land is going to be next week. I'm going to be casting that next week. And outside of all of this, TTL, also Bronze, is starting next week. Going to cast that. Going to have a lot of map scripting to do. And we'll see if I can manage to do YouTube video editing at the same time. I kind of want to do some programming streams too, so I have a lot of stuff that I want to do. Maybe I just stream it all. I also got to get my doctor's appointment set up. So lots of stuff in the life at West with Age of Empires in the next week or so. Wait, they're starting. Totally did not realize they were starting. I had too many windows open, and I didn't even see that Capture Age has started the game. Alright, off to a great start here. And oh my gosh, they have it! They have the Hall of Heroes! Does this do anything? I don't know, but it looks cool. It has a dragon on it. Hello, Elskar. Sounds like I need another 4 arms. I do. So here we have Liereyy. He'll be playing as the Green Britons to the south. And Yo will be playing as the Blue Franks to the northeast. And let me just update this scoreboard here, as this is now the quarterfinals. I'm just gonna call this HyperRandom. I'm just gonna call this HyperRandom 3 because that fits on the scoreboard. And then Yo will be here, just Yo. LY Yo and teamless Liereyy all by himself, no longer with Onimaru. He and Hart probably looking for a team. Rumors about Era looking for esports lawyers. Lots of drama in the team scene. So, Siege Towers. AOK Civs, African Kingdoms units as their scouts. Ooh, they have the monkeys. Monkeys with food on them. What are the butts on those monkeys? Those guys are doing their squats at the gym. Anyway, Siege Tower rolling around near the monkeys. Liereyy just having a good time scouting them. At home, this is a very open map. Nothing too special about it. It's kind of a far apart Arabia with a bit of wood on the sides. Hello, Dizzy. And also a mule cart. So mule cart, Siege Tower, Hall of Heroes. Now, does anyone know, does the Hall of Heroes do anything? Can you train heroes from it? If you could, that'd be sick. Defend the pagoda? I don't think it would say Defend the Wonder on it. If you have to defend it, the name would change to say Defend the Wonder. Also, the birds are super close to the terrain, which means the elevation is really high. Which makes no sense because this is a completely flat map. But it's a flat map at a higher than normal base elevation. And look how close the birds are to the ground. That's what I call hoovering right there. So, yo, ahead slightly in bills. Liereyy did loom. Liereyy did loom. Not much idle time, but he had to do it. Maybe not prepared for the food, or just not prepared for the pop space with the siege tower. Siege tower, deer push, yes. That's how you push deer with your siege tower. If only you could garrison the deer in the siege tower, that'd be cool. I think what we need, like chicken funnels are the best part about chicken. If we add more animals, we need more ways of interacting with them. Like we lure the boar, we push the deer, we funnel the chickens. What else can we do with more animals? Now the foxes aren't pushable, they're just kind of boring. They sit out there and you don't even need a drop site. They're the least interactive animal you could imagine. We need more interaction. Now the siege tower has outlines behind it so you can see the gold. That's cute. It's a plateau, the edges are out of bounds. Oh look, there's a tiny bit of a hill here. Yeah, a tiny bit of a hill. You can see how on the edges it falls down a bit. Okay, yeah. On the edges, you like slopes down. So if you chop through here, and then make an opening down there, and you somehow lure your opponent into this downhill area, and you're the Tatars, you can get your hill bonus. But that doesn't matter, because neither player is the Tatars. And the part that'll matter is completely flat. And oh, could the siege tower come and disrupt the deer push from the other siege tower? Look at that, look at these two monstrosities next to each other. Liereyy realizing you can push the deer. Yes. With the siege tower. Little effort. He's even typing while doing it. That's how good the siege tower is. Wily Coyote, where you have to chop a pillar and hopefully land on him for an abundance of resource. The Roadrunner. Oh yeah, you gotta catch the Roadrunner for an abundance of resource. First time playing with the siege tower, good practice. Oh yeah. Shoot the birds. This isn't the unpatched initial release of the Rise of Rome expansion for AoE 1. This is AoE 2. We can't shoot the birds with Vils. Too late to call Re, I mean. Too late to call Re. Never too late to call GG. I guess you can be defeated, then you can't call GG. Although you can in the post-game chat. And okay, Black Bear chasing the militia. The militia could hop in the siege tower. Oh my gosh, this is brilliant. Liereyy. Go bring the bear to the mule cart and hop in the siege tower to de-aggro it, and then it'll attack the Vils. No, don't use the militia. No, Liereyy, you could have masterpieced there. That would have been perfect. Oh man, this really is his first time playing with a siege tower. The man-at-arms upgrade is in. You block with the siege tower. Have to be careful, you can't keep right-clicking the Vil, you might garrison accidentally. And then, ooh, that Vil has 1 HP, but the mule cart is being blocked, so Liereyy will hop in the siege tower. And now he has to somehow ungarrison in a spot where he can attack the Vil. That's not going to happen, though. Alright, and yeah, you have to wall with houses now. No, yo, you can't wall with a palisade. There's a siege tower there. You can't wall with a palisade. There's a siege tower. Oh, he's going to double wall it. He's getting ready, though. He wants to drop off. Somehow move the men-at-arms around where he can attack. Get in on the other wood line now. Force more house walling. Okay, walls with houses, of course. That's the only thing that you can do against the siege tower. House walls. And those poor scouts can't fit in a siege tower. He will start throwing some farms up as he brings his own tower back. Oh, he's going to try to wall in the siege tower with houses. Will he get there? He will get there in time. Now the scouts will come over. And there, I mean, he's trapped, but the TC does pierce damage. Yeah, that's 1 damage per arrow. He should be able to get out. Liereyy, you gotta ungarrison your men-at-arms and fight the scouts. There you go. Men-at-arms OP. Actually, what he could do, he could use the siege tower to block TC arrows and fight Vils with the men-at-arms. So, yo, destroying the siege tower, but he lost quite a few scouts in the process. That's 2 scouts down and almost a third, maybe. Yeah, so that's 2, almost 3 scouts killed, along with a lot of quick walling. And that brings the archers forward. Archers on the berries while Yo is dealing with that in the back. And a couple of spears will come forward now. And hello, Jewel Man over on YouTube. Welcome, everyone. And now Liereyy will attack the Hall of Heroes. Don't know if that will accomplish anything, but we'll try it. And classic Mountain Royals gameplay here. Mule cart on the straggler tree. The archers attacking the siege tower. The spears come over for a poke. And scouts will come down and hoover around. In this mode, that building can do nothing but get in the way. Yeah, I mean, I guess it does kind of. I mean, it's a bit of a wall, but it blocks your farm placement. You know, you see Liereyy already had to T90 one of his farms because of that building. And these ones he just did. Maybe that's just a side effect, so he stays with the symmetry, has that path down by the TC. Wonder if it means the entire map is at max elevation. You know what, Greentail? You're right. You can rewind the stream now. If you're a sub on Twitch, which Ranger Alpha is. So that's true. Maybe Ranger Alpha is on rewind mode somehow. You can do that on YouTube. For everyone, though. If you really want to rewind, you can go back in the YouTube VOD. Over here, a big archer play from Liereyy, finally coming forward. He picked us off skirms, decided to take the fight against skirms, and took a great fight. All the skirms go down. Lost a couple of archers, but all in all, good fight for Liereyy. And he's keeping up the pressure on Yo. And he had a bit of idle time himself, so we'll be down in Vils because of the idle time, but continuing the raid. Here, sub, it doesn't go live after the pause. Yeah, there we go. Ranger Alpha, learning the ins and outs of Twitch's new updates. The fletching on the way. Oh, that's why Yo didn't have fletching in that fight. Ooh, that is rough. And the archer's now hitting the Vils on the berries. Liereyy accruing a bit more idle time. It'll make up for the Vil he just sniped. 37 to 37 now. More skirms on the way out. And with 3 skirms, 7 archers, some of them weak, and fletching in for Yo, armor in for Yo, he should win this fight. It should be a trapped army now for Liereyy that the skirms can deal with. But Liereyy is up to the castle age. Yo, not quite there yet. Britons Franks is a classic matchup. One where usually I do like the Britons, but who knows these days. How open the map is, maybe the scouts will matter. Matter more than normal. We can get to light cap, yeah. That army now is cleaned. So here's a question, how much gold is on this map? Capture it doesn't crash when I zoom out. Okay, 20k gold. Not going to be like that DauT and Lewis match where the map didn't have gold the other day. I mean, the 30 Years' War, the 100 Years' War. Many wars between Britain and France. HyperRandom says, full random, so we even can get repeats. So you have a friend who loves making AoE2 Civ concepts. Lots of people like those. Suggested the Dutch. Those are in AoE 3. Yeah, 2x2 farms is a Realms mod bonus. That exists. That exists in mods. It's in the Civ builder too. You can use 2x2 farms if you want to try it out. My idea was always farms would be shaped like Tetris pieces, and you could rotate them like gates, so you could set up your farming eco in a fun pattern. And try to make him as efficient as possible. That was a Reddit comment I saw once, and I absolutely loved the idea. So Liereyy is up. He's the Britons, immediately gets his range. We'll be adding in crossbow. And probably looking for Bodkin after that, doing bowsaw. A bit more gold needed for Bodkin. But then he'll have 8 range Briton crossbows. He will be happy, there he goes, to start taking fights, especially against feudal skirms. Now the question for Liereyy is TC versus University and Ballistics, and he opts for the TC. Britons, of course, do get the cheaper TCs, so it'll be easier for them to get the boom going while also affording Ballistics, and you can see how the lack of Ballistics, that makes it kind of awkward even to kill Vils, even though he does pick up a kill there. One Knight forward too for Liereyy to help deal with the skirms. No armor on the Knight, but just one against the thinned out feudal skirms. He's happy to take the fight without the armor, so I'm sure he won't go too heavily into the Knights. It does have a second on the way. Yeah, just help apply that early pressure against the skirms. I like that play. Yeah, L-shaped farms, I-shaped farms, T-shaped farms, the little zigzag-shaped farms, the square farms, everything Tetris-shaped. That would be beautiful for the farms. So another TC going up here for Yo on the gold and on the wood line. And Liereyy will have to micro back from the skirms now that they're about to be elite. They have Botkin. But as the Britons, he still will outrange them. How many feudal skirms? A lot. 2 pierce armor, so with fletching they do 1 damage. The table's completely turned now, though, because with fletching and Bodkin, they now do 3 damage. And the Knights need their +2 armor to get back down to 1 damage again. Is it average or low? You can do the math. Normally it's 800 gold per tile. And then each player will have 7 on the main gold, 4 on each of their secondary golds, and then there'll be a neutral gold on the map. So that's 7, add the neutral gold, that's 10. Plus, so that's 18. 18 times 2 would be 36. Whatever, 36 times 800. Well, that's the normal amount of gold you have. And just round that up to 40, or to get to 40. And that would be around 24k. So subtract a bit from that, and yeah, 20k sounds reasonable. And Burgundians cover the Dutch. I guess they're the closest you get. He's used some combination of Britons, Franks, Teutons, Burgundians. His defense, he made that concept before the Burgundians came out. So ballistics and wheelbarrow on the way. Yo, actually getting ballistics first. Well, that's because Liereyy invested into 3 TCs and even into a workshop, so caring for the mangonel more than ballistics. Is this the most classic? I think so, Britons, Franks. This has to be good old Joan of Arc. Liereyy should have picked the red color, though. He picked the color before he saw the civ in his defense. So here come the Knights, but no armor on the Knights, and we'll see just how effective skirms can be against armorless Knights. Or not armorless, but Knights without the upgrades, so Monk out for Yo. Monk to deal with the Knights, but that will be rather ineffective against the mangonels and crossbows. Britons, of course, with 1 extra range than normal, so 8 range against the 9 range monks. Extra adept at picking them off. And then, of course, the Franks do not have redemption, so no converting the mangonel. Liereyy just needs to keep the Knights in the back now. Bloodless, hello, Bloodless. It is basically Arabia. High elevation Arabia, right? We discussed the entire map is at a slightly high elevation, if you can see the hill over here. So the mangonel will be keeping the skirms back towards the TC. Skirm gets picked off, and Yo's workshop will be denied. That's a pretty bit of wood he won't have. Yeah, they had a siege tower scout, but I think that's been dealt with by both players by now. Mangonel shots landing on the skirms. Morning, Coltrane Bullfrog. How you doing? Good morning to you. A wheelbarrow on the way for Liereyy. Yeah, he's floating a bit of res. Knights picked off by the crossbows. The skirms come forward, a bunch of hares run around. And here's a mangonel. Crossbows try to get to the mangonel. Mangonel tries to get to the skirms. Skirms pick off the Mangonel. I'll have a TC forward from Yo. So Liereyy, never doubt Lierey's micro. Never doubt Lierey's micro. They'll have impossible situations and he'll show they're possible. So Yo just adding his third TC now, but he's 20 vils down from Liereyy. Somehow has the score lead, despite being down in KD and in res collected, and in villagers. Is that scouting? Has he scouted more? No, not really. The score's still really close, but I think they're gonna bloom for Liereyy. He might even drop as he clicks Imp, because he's about to click Imp. He'll go get that extra Britain's range. Still doesn't have ballistics, but we'll do Imp. And then ballistics Town Watch. And then Imp soon, Imp soon. I guess he needs the university to go up, because he just has the workshop now. And once that's up, he'll click Imp. Ooh, Mangonels, I don't know what happened there. He can't right-click a relic. Well, at least he ended up trading. He needs to repair. He'll send the Vil. And ooh, didn't get enough repairs in time, and the crossbows pick off the Mangonel. Or the Skirms pick off the Mangonel. That's a problem, because as I said, the Knight still doesn't have armor. That'll force the crossbows back a bit. Maybe idle the farm slightly, but not too much damage overall. It's just water, right? It's just water. I mean, value destroyed, but Yo was making scouts and Liereyy was making crossbows. I'd think that Liereyy would have the better value destroyed too. Oh, finally a good Mangonel shot. Yo splitting back and forth, but lands in it. And Imp on the way. And still we'll be looking for ballistics. Armor just now coming in for Liereyy. He's been playing without armor, no ballistics, just crossbow micro. He's not the kid anymore, he's the man. And the monkey getting the conversion? Oh, a bear attacking Vils. I was gonna say, we do still have a lot of monkeys on the map, so maybe that should be like the Gaia unit. The monkey can shed the EY from its name and start converting your units over to the Gaia player. So castle at the frontier for Liereyy, gets a couple. Ooh, Yo walks into the Mangonel shot. And the Knights come forward. And Liereyy get another shot off. He wants to hit that Mangonel. We'll keep aiming. He will. He'll get it. And he needs to. Oh, somehow doesn't get it. But yeah, tough to go Mangonels against the Britain. Liereyy wasting a few Mangonels there. Unable to land the shot. And then ungarrisons perhaps before he wanted to. But wants to protect his castle. Make sure he gets the castle up. Have that option for conscription, maybe yeoman. And there is Imp. He immediately gets an extra range as the Britons, 9 range. And Bracer will give him 10. He's floating a ton of food, but he'll need that for upgrades. So there's Bracer. He also needs Arb and chemistry. When you're the Britons, I guess you consider Arb before chemistry, even though it's more expensive. You get it more than just the attack stats, and you won't need chemistry to unlock cannons as the Britons. It also is researched faster, but no, Liereyy, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna do chemistry. Didn't have the gold for Arb, so we'll just click chemistry. Want to get all 3 of them in. And now he starts bringing out Trebs, and he can start trebbing TCs. Over here, bit of a night raid. Liereyy somehow keeps Vil safe on that TC, and gets the gates up for the quick walls. Needs to lock them, but he's safe. Safe at home, Yo not gonna get in. And now he can start trebbing the TC. Peacefully trebbing, even trebbing the stables. And Yo is just gonna call the GG there. And Liereyy takes it 1-0. Some very clean Britain's play behind the siege tower. I think that was kind of all set up by using the siege tower and the men-at-arms to fight the scouts Yo was making. And get some value with his archers. And get a slight eco lead. And then Liereyy his way, maintaining that slight lead. You get up faster, you micro with the Britain crossbows. And GG, better KD, better eco, better uptimings, and Britons are Britons still, sometimes. Would Yo get a bonus for Yeoman? He should get an extra range. That's 1-0 for Liereyy. Again, no draft, all random civ on HyperRandom. And alright, looks like they're not quite in the next game yet. So, morning everyone. Hope you're all having a wonderful morning. Woke up to cast HyperRandom and ads, please. That's what I'm doing, Magnet Mood, keeping them between the games. Woke up and we're casting HyperRandom, and hopefully we'll get Stronghold Frenzy later. Also, let me give when the ad's over, I'll give a shout out to DauT on Twitch, because he'll be playing a Stronghold Frenzy set. So if you want to see the Stronghold Frenzy set that's being played, DauT will be probably streaming his point of view. That should be starting fairly soon. And I'm going to keep casting Liereyy here, and I'll probably do a bunch of Stronghold Frenzy Rex afterwards. And so we'll get caught up on the Rex afterwards. Looks like Liereyy are in the lobby now, getting ready for game number 2. Remember, it is full random, so we can have a mirrored Civ pick. Can end up with mirrored Civs. What is the worst possible mirror? Probably like Byzantine's mirror on Michi, where you make skirmishers for hours. Maybe on HyperRandom you get a wonder to break that. I had a Byzantine's mirror on Oasis once, lasted 3.5 hours. That was back even when you had cannon galleons that could control more of the wood than Dromans could. Probably be even longer these days. I miss when Byzantines had cannon galleons. They're always part of that threatening navy outside of Constantinople from the Barbarossa campaign. Dromans just make me feel like they're a bit out of place. Not used to it. And hello, Aloncitos on YouTube. Alright, and well, speaking of water maps, Yo has the Italians. He'll be playing as in the blue to the north. And Liereyy will be the yellow Khmer to the south. And they start with fishing ships, and the fish... snappers have very little fish, Dorados have a lot of fish. And that's what it looks like here. So Yo immediately will be coming forward to dock. The players do have Pavilinas and Boars, and Yo's docking right away because of that fishing ship. Yeah, and Liereyy will do the same. Liereyy will do the same. Not going to dock near the fishing ship, just do a dock. At least they'll have a shorefish. Oh my gosh, Leary's fish here are so bad. He only has one snapper. Yo has a snapper, but then also has lots of fish. Oh, this spawn is horrible for Liereyy. And they also start with the Genitor as a scout. So Yo had the better start there with the micro. Liereyy accidentally right-clicks a horse. You wouldn't like Georgians more? Can end in a total stalemate when one player gets an edge in monospering. It would just be a snowball. So Liereyy not going to stay out there and take the shorefish, in part because of that. Genitor going to lame the gazelles if it can. Let's see, Genitor gonna go for the Vil, maybe block the boar. Actually could lame a boar. You gotta hit it twice. You gotta hit it twice, Liereyy. Otherwise it won't follow. Yeah, Yo gonna be laming. You gotta be careful because you're so fast. Okay. Oh, they're gonna lame. They're gonna pass down by each other. They're gonna pass by each other down this passage. Honestly, with the DauT situation, I feel like Liereyy should maybe use his re on this map, especially in the Civ matchup. Okay. The Genitors need to and remember, they hit the boar twice, and they need to attack each other. Oh gosh, Yo needs to keep hitting that boar. They're gonna try to block each other, and Liereyy will wait. But I think Yo has the HP advantage on the Genitor, so Liereyy can't just wait. He has to micro. And he will abandon the boar because of the distance. He'll abandon the boar, and now maybe just try. Oh, he's gonna try to get it back. I think what he wants to do is kill the Genitor more than lame the boar. That boar does not want to follow him. Yeah. So something about DE, when the scout loses the boar lore, it doesn't re-aggro that well, and it really likes walking back once you lose the lame. I don't know what that's about, if it's some DE specific thing. I mean, it definitely changed. Boar behavior has definitely changed since AOC. And changed for the worse, I'd say. But yeah, the laming is much different than it was in the past. Oh yeah, also the difference in what was lamed. Liereyy was laming a 200 food boar. Yo was laming a 400 food boar. So much more food at stake there for Liereyy that he would have lost. Okay, now time for the Genitor to push the deer. Liereyy didn't do any laming up here. Those gazelles. Gazelles have a lot of food on them, 157. Almost as much as that boar. We'll head back out to those berries. Hey, how was game one? Game one had a siege tower. Game one had a siege tower scout. It was pretty good. It's quite boring now. Yeah, boars, they no longer run back as quickly too. Like they sit underneath your TC for a while. That's why the shooting with the TC has become popularized. One of the reasons. Hello, yes, Liereyy does play AoE too. Hello, Lily. I always enjoy siege towers. Liereyy will be farming, Yo will be fishing. As I said, Yo's fish are much better. And from my vantage point, I think this would have been, considering the Civ matchup too, a good restart. Or a good time for Liereyy to use his restart. Whereas maybe he'll have a worse matchup in the future, but I don't think it would have been the worst decision. And they both had to dock over here because that's where their fishing ships started. So we'll see maybe another dock over here from Liereyy if he wants to go and fish more efficiently. But as the Chimera, you're probably not expecting to win against Italians on water, and considering the water is dominating most of the map, you win the water, you probably win the game. You win water and throw up a wonder in the back. The Italians have treadmill crane? They do, and the Chimera do not, so wonder advantage for Yo. Yeah, I think MT Explorer knows that. But that is what the ELO actually is. Liereyy up to feudal. Some walls going up. Elo says Liereyy less than Lewis is correct. Genitor for Yo hoovering around back here. Lewis is the best AoE2 player by far. Maybe these days. Have Red Bull spoken to casters? Yeah, I have no idea. No one's spoken with me. I don't know about anyone else. I was going to be casting at that land that got canceled, unfortunately. So I don't have any trips planned now. I'd gotten a ticket for TwitchCon, which is this weekend, but I've not had a chance to get a break IRL where I'll be able to go to it. So I could definitely use some good traveling. Live in London. I've been to London before. Yes, I've been actually when I've gone through Heathrow many times, and I've gone to UK meetups I took a train from London to Brighton. And we had a meetup there many years ago. There was a hot tub at that Airbnb. That was fun. Oh man, that was years ago. That's where Nilly first came up with the idea for NAC. He woke up, came in and told everyone about his idea, and Viper was cool with it. That's also where Nilly suggested that Tato should join Tyrant. Why was there a meetup being held? It just people met up there. And back in the days when the community was smaller, we had meetups occasionally. I mean, we had a meetup in Brighton. I've never really been properly to London though. I've been to Manchester quite a bit. I had a fun experience with Zero Empires driving me around through the countryside. And now Archer's coming forward for Liereyy. Yo hasn't really had to worry about the Genitor breaking through the wall too much, but Archers will help get through the houses. Tower going up on the gold. Give me a moment. I just sneezed now and I gotta drink some water. I told your brother who plays classical music at university about the venue and he just said the death of culture. As in, he'd prefer it be a classical music venue. He doesn't think Taser counts. So Castle Age on the way now for Yo. So Workshop Monastery up for Yo. Bodkin Crossbow in for Liereyy. And the Genitor will go down. Okay, ooh, Genitor low on HP for Liereyy, but that's probably a much less valuable unit now that they're in the Castle Age. So Workshop for Yo, he has a pretty good score lead. Up in Res Collected, still some fish working. As a Fire Galley did clean Liereyy off of the water. No one... See, no dock on the left for Liereyy. Yo taking that water, though. And Liereyy with his forward, trying to get some pressure up, but Yo can get a defensive workshop now. Again, Liereyy trying to play crossbows. This time it's crossbow versus knight. And Yo will get a scorpion out. Crossbows being cleared by the knights. And Yo taking a really good score lead, up by 4 eco units too. Bo saw gold mining on the way. And he has a ton of gold in the back, ton of stone in the back, so this forward pressure probably isn't even going to accomplish that much with all the resources that Yo has safely, and Liereyy even has scouted that. So I think Lierey's just trying to take a very aggressive stance this game because he doesn't want to go late game, knowing Yo will probably have the water advantage. But I think Yo's in a really comfortable spot at this point. Are people rage baiting Lewis? I think that's just the culture of Lewis. Yeah, and Lewis gonna call GG right away. He's not gonna bother playing this. There's just too much water control for Yo as the Italians, and such a safe base. His pressure stalls out, and that's it. Gonna go next. So we'll have 14-2 KD for Yo. The crossbows were countered very, very well by the siege. Liereyy wasn't able to break in. Well walled from Yo. Should have called the re. I'm not sure, AFZ. I'm not sure. I'm not culturally up to date with it. I've never heard of it before. As an American, I have the freedom not to be aware of it. Alright, and already... nope, not in the lobby. Gonna wait for that to get set up. Gonna wait a moment for the lobby. And let me grab myself a bit more water while they're doing that. Creating Red Bull to request they add on a pipe organ recital of AoE2 music. Maybe they'll get the Idle Villager band. Remember those guys, the Idle Villager band? And break time. Just took the players a few minutes to set up the lobby. Sometimes they gotta get everything set up. Yeah, Lierey's not the young kid he was. years ago. A little bit of a kicks. How you doing? And here we go. Right into it. No spec delay or anything this time. So, oh, it's almost Baltic. It's like Mediterranean with oysters. All right, so Liereyy will be the Kajurs. Yo will be the Armenians. They start with a Fatoria. They start with tons of tents, which I presume give pop space for the Fatoria. They have the useless Hall of Heroes again. And this Civ matchup is something Liereyy should probably if he sees the map properly. Senyugita will be their scout. And if he sees it's Baltic with this Civ matchup, I think it's time for a He can he still has a yes. Liereyy pauses and says, no delay, question mark. Oh, they might admin restart because of the no delay. Yeah, so this is a... Yeah, so this is what they're discussing. Okay, let me show you what's happening. So Liereyy gonna get a free admin perhaps. So no delay question mark. I think no forgot. Should we probably. So this is Nilly's fault. Nilly this is a World's Ed sponsored event and they're required to have a 2-minute spectator delay. And because of that they might have to restart. Yeah, so Liereyy, if he has a player restart, but if he can force an admin restart, then he doesn't have to use his player restart. So yeah, and that's what we'll get. We will get the restart. Oh, wait, I just realized my mod is broken. I need to update my mod for... Oh, probably because of the Alexander DLC? I don't know, this was a beautiful mod that had all the texts and the buildings and whatnot. Why is this broken? Don't be broken. DE, stop making breaking changes. Liereyy used a really? Did I somehow miss him using a I wish DE would not force us to use the spectator dashboard. There was a nomad start. Oh, okay. You couldn't find a TC spot. Okay, never mind. Liereyy used a already. Now he's using an admin I guess that's why I didn't last game then. Okay. He used his already. That must have been why it looked like they took a lot of time between the first and the second games. I must have not caught the in between them then, if they read right away. Sometimes it's hard to see that with the spectator delay. Like maybe if they launched and didn't have a delay, if they're swapping hosts, then yeah. So they're restarting to have a spectator delay. And looks like they have it now. Yep, and here we go. And it'll be Georgians Malay this time, with a 1 minute delay until we get going. You read like 1 minute 30 into a game? Okay, then yeah, then I would not have seen it. Liereyy is, he needs to recall the old days when he was just getting started. When you'd have to wait until 3:59 to call the It's a game of chicken to hope your opponent calls it first. Gotta call your properly. Oh, it was Maya versus Maya in a mirror matchup. Ooh, okay. So it's not like it was like, oh, I have a big Civ advantage, but I didn't find a TC spot. It was like mirror matchup and no TC. Okay, I got you. And here we are. Now, once again, here we are, game number 3, and I believe Yo still has a Liereyy has used his, apparently. This is like Empire Wars Dark Age start. What the heck? Did they start an Empire Wars game mode? Does HyperRandom just do this? Why do they have 4? Oh gosh, he's got 5 meal carts. And getting ready for Red Bull. Barracks ended. They didn't accidentally hit Empire Wars as the game mode, did they? Maybe they have a DauT too? Maybe HyperRandom just can do this. This is better than Empire Wars. You get a DauT. Okay, what the heck? They got 5 fishing ships. Malay Georgians. So I guess Liereyy doesn't benefit from his uptiming from Dark to Feudal then. Will benefit on his way up to Castle. And okay, just scouting around. They have this nice little flowery grass terrain down here. That's always pretty to look at. And do you start with a DauT on water maps though in Red Bull? I don't think you do. There were a ton of them last time, like Isthmus on the ladder where you didn't. Or do you want some of them? Because then there was Dune Springs where you didn't. But there was like Shoals where you had the tower. Did you start with a DauT on Shoals? I don't know. I kind of repressed the memory of the Empire Wars maps from my brain. It's too horrifying to me. Yeah, also lumpy water. There are hills on the water. So both players double docking their own side and keep their fishing ships going. And foxes there. Ooh, foxes with extra gold. 55 gold on the foxes. Liereyy notices that he can take them. How often does Liereyy play? Does he actually know about foxes? Has he played in a game with foxes yet? I hope he does. And cattails. Oh, are the Red Bull Empire Wars maps in the game yet? Are they available somewhere? I should probably check them out. All the images in the handbook were of 2v2 maps. So I don't know what they actually look like. What is Lierey's map versus Yo? Okay, yeah, so Liereyy has a very open front of his map with all of his resources forward, to say the least. At least he has a back wood line. He's up to Feudal, and he will open with a range. Ooh, Yo could be quick walled here. Like if this were Viper here, Yo's scout would be walled in right now. Yo on the other side, he has back wood. Back stone and gold, an easier wall off across the front with more wood lines, and an easier wall down to his fish too if he wants to keep them in an extra stone safe. Liereyy, if he journeys all the way to the back, will find a stone and a gold, but that's only 872 gold, barely more than one normal gold tile. Some willow trees, hello there, hello fishing ship. Oh, does Liereyy have a bugged fishing ship that's been stuck in that willow tree the entire time? Needs to send a Vil to chop the tree and free it, maybe? I think he does. So Yo up to Feudal. We have a pause. Admin re for the fishing ship. What is the pause for? Liereyy saying sec. I don't know if he can still call for an admin re this late into the game. But he does have a bugged fishing ship, it looks like. The willow tree fishing ship combo. Sorry, Go. Nope. The Udry straggler tree has said, my straggler trees have lamed you, Liereyy. I'm not giving you a re. And that box turtle will... probably can't fish that, but... I think you can send a Vil to chop the tree. And then free it. My pause, he probably just needed to... get his noodles off the stove. So Yo going for a forward DauT. Liereyy there with his Vil to try to stop it. He sees the scout coming over, though. And he could try to fight the Vil still. Does have the HP lead, but not going to go for it. We'll leave the Vil there. Scout has full HP though, so the archer can't come over, and those foxes still are present. Castle Age on the way for Liereyy, so he'll probably be able to fire ships out rather quickly. Maybe admin asked Liereyy, said no need. I don't have any insights into the admin conversations. We need mic'd up refs like the NFL to explain the admin decisions. So Scout hits the archer. Castle Age will be in for both players. It's leading up to Castle. There's one thing I can guarantee, it's that most admins in this game do not want to be mic'd up. And next time we bring our base on, you'll have to make the decisions. 4 fire ships might be a bit much. Well, I think it'll get the job done. You'll have 3, right? 3 and another on the way. I'd probably do War Galley in preference to that Fire Galley. The upgrade in preference to the ship, but he'll do gill nets and then start fishing. He will do gill nets. All of the fish have been fished out for Yo in this pond, and just about the same for Liereyy. So gill nets will have to be for fish traps. Does he realize how little fish is actually left? Salmon don't have much food on them. And Yo, actually, his dock to disrupt the fish would not have been in time, really, to disrupt them. So 4 TC, 4 Liereyy. Yo still feudal, just about up. And Bodkin on the way for him. Trying to pressure with the crossbows. Forging on the way for Yo. Don't think Liereyy can get in. If I think canceled it at least. Okay, he's not going to overinvest too much. 1v1 over here. That Veil still needs to take the foxes, Liereyy. You get 110 gold between those 2 foxes. You'll get 100 plus by taking them. So Liereyy, the fishing ship will dodge in and out to drop off, and then I'll block a tiny bit of the fire, make sure the fire ship wins. Liereyy doesn't even need to micro that. The fishing ships do it by their own. Lierey's units micro themselves. That's how good he is at micro. And he will immediately do 3 TCs, so 1, 2, 3. Oh, and also hello everyone on YouTube, Colin AFZ, Niv Mizzet, and Harry E9Q. Welcome everyone. Hope you're enjoying the stream. And a mangonel on the way for Yo as the bear comes to attack the knight. The bear will get a... Did the bear not do any damage there? Maybe it attacked the scout, not the knight. Had to have been the scout then. Does the gold on foxes decay? Yes, it does decay. It's normally foxes have 35 gold and 1 vil collects 31. 3 vils will collect 34. Outside Yo's base seems very juicy. This does seem like a juicy hill. Ooh, that's a dancing mule cart. You have to get the hippo symbol in the night sky. Maybe we need Nearly to fix that. That's the ratio to seed farm's early castle? What do you mean? I have no idea what it is. What is the dead tree? So you know about the watchtower. I mean, this Asian pine tree, as beautiful as some of the new trees are, the Asian pine is F-tier graphics. That might as well be dead. Looks like a forward Vil was killed there. And Yo looking to take the hill with a fortified church. Maybe be aggressive with a workshop in a few nights. If it is actually supported the basic Woobly features, yep. Yes, Heavenly Chorus, yep. 6 years in, they just had their Alexander DLC and their post about all the changes they've made. And we still don't have basic features that Woobly had in like 2012 and then like 2014 with spectating. So Knight's going to raid the dock and the fish traps. This is where I may be a bit worried about the fish traps. Liereyy gonna put them 1 tile away there. The advantage of keeping them a tile away when your dock is close to the land is they can't be hit by the knights. Remember, 100 wood per fish trap, so kind of valuable actually to destroy them. So elephant sighting, Malay elephants here. And you can go for the workshop, try to pick off the workshop. Or no, he's gonna go try to save the docks. Husbandry on the way for the elephants. But they're still not gonna be that fast anyway. What features are we missing? The ability to have one lobby with everyone in it, with the spectators queued to watch the game, the players in the lobby. And so you don't have to leave the game, re-invite everyone, alt-tab to a third-party website, try to spectate the game, launch into the game. And it was all just in one place. Well, it gets impossible to spectate games if you're just using the in-game search feature. They literally do not show up. You have to know the exact lobby title. You can't search by player name. So nice night raid here from Yo. And honestly, that's a lot of dead vills. Liereyy garrisoned 12 in the TC, but still taking damage. Yo does have +2 armor on the knights, and you see just how survivable they become because of that. That's now an 11-2 KD on villagers. But at the same time, Liereyy has had a much larger boom. He did add those TCs right away, so he's up by 20. Okay, Monk goes down. Admin being able to type in-game to players, other games have this. It'd be nice if there were admins who didn't need to deal with a spectator delay. Yeah, the one in HD was a clumsy workaround because that was added because of Voobley's spectating and Voobley's being much better. The DE's lobby system is really a clumsy workaround compared to what we had on Voobley. But yeah, the player slot is, at least we don't have to deal with that anymore. And that was bugged too, where the player slots could, like they'd mess up your slinging, or you could ungarrison relics, or pause the game. And you can never spectate a 4v4, so not nearly as usable as what we have now, at least. But still a far cry from Voobley. So the knights keep running forward, stable going up at the front. And the elephants keep spamming. That is a lot of elephants. Okay, Liereyy up to almost 20 elephants. Monk defense from Yo. Is Liereyy devoted? He's not devoted. At least the elephants can push. And at least they can push the fortified churches fairly well. Crossbow and elephant. Crossbow's hitting some of the knights. Yo continuing to try to raid, but Lierey's still up by about 20 vills. Liereyy with quadruple stable Malay elephants. Does he click Imp here? He's almost ready to go Imp with this many elephants. And man, Liereyy making great use of this Empire Wars Dark Age start with the fish. And he's up to Imp. He has clicked Imp. I wonder if it would have been better to go even more all in Elephant instead of Imp though. Because as the Malay, since you don't even have +2 armor, you're not going to get the armor upgrade when you hit Imp. And it's going to be pretty expensive to go Elite Battle Elephant, and so far he's had to stall out some of his production. And instead of 12 elephants, he could maybe have 20 to 30 right now if he had just not gone Imp. Not that going Imp is bad, but other than maybe Bracer for the crossbows, I'm not sure what it's going to give him for the elephants. We'll see. I mean, the attack upgrade could be nice, but I don't think that really matters for the elephants. He's doing Thumber, he just doesn't have a great immediate power spike upgrade for the elephants. Seems we convert the elephants back. Well, that always is a good plan. That's true. Or more monks out. He's finally doing devotion. And Malay, remember, they do have heresy. Maybe even heresy instead of Imp could have been the play. Does help a bit against +2 knights? It does help a bit. But it's still an extra expense you have that's cutting into your elephant numbers. And still 12 elephants. Ooh, and he's Imp. Was Imp the play versus more elephants, though, when he already had 4 stables out? Did the Malay get a bigger discount in Imp? Oh, okay, well, there we go, there we go. I forgot about that. Their battle elephant discount actually is more discounted in Imp. So now I guess that's then the main reason for Imp, the even more discounted elephants. Gonna use Bracer, block printing, chemistry, light cav. Convert the elephants back and try to do light cav to snipe the monks. But it still feels so awkward that he's pushed back now. Gonna try to quick wall to keep the knights out, but there's a hole. There's always a hole. Maybe the Imp UT? He's not going to be doing Force Levy here when he's going elephants, I think. Maybe you need to check the tech tree earlier, like I do. The elephant will be surrounded by knights and taken down. He needs something against the knights. I don't know if it's more crossbows, more elephants. He's continuing to push, and I think he wins the game no matter what he does at this point. He's so far ahead. He's still at the 20-volt lead despite losing 18. Now, this is maybe giving Yo a bit of life. The fact that the elephants stopped and were slowed down. Only 31 farmers, which feels like maybe not enough for elephants. Or 42, feels like maybe he wants, even with the melee, around 20 more, and then can spam. Always more elephants. Of the big elephant armies. You always hope Liereyy wins this game, then Yo wins the next two. And that we get more elephants. Alright, now we have more knights and more fortified churches. And Yo is holding. Yeah, and right now still, other than the discount, no more upgrades on the elephants. No even attack. You just sacrifice 15 of them to the night raids. Well, let's see. He's slowly adding farms. Maybe a bit many vills on gold at the moment when he needs more farms. I'm sure he'd love to come out and take this gold that's slightly more forward. Okay, crossbows can pick off 2 monks. Maybe a 3rd monk. Yes, they can. These are arbalests now. And one thing Castle Age Knights cannot do is fight arbalests. So Liereyy did make the arbalest transition. And that is going to be insane against Castle Age Knights if you can just get to like 20 plus arbs. He's not quite there yet, but almost. He's at 9 there. And you will call the GG. So, Arb versus Knight. Arb has 10 attack. Castle Age Knights have 4 pierce armor. So it goes from 2 damage from the crossbows with 7 attack to 5 damage from the Arbs. Or 6 damage from the Arbs. Sorry, 6 damage. 3 damage from the crossbows to 6 damage from the Arb. So Arbs wreck Castle Age Knights, and Liereyy goes up 2-1 over Yo. 99 to 79 military KD. Or overall KD. Liereyy with more resources. Didn't lose the fishing ships to the initial dock from Yo. And fish boomed with the melee to victory. Viper Sepi Rex, that's what I'm told, yes. Does holding matter? Well, I guess holding's better than dying still. You're just trying to find a way, hope your opponent makes a mistake. But not sure. Still not sure if Imp was the best play there, but it worked out for him. Where is Ornu? In Illinois, near Chicago. Why am I casting Stronghold Frenzy? Because I'm going to save all the wrecks for after HyperRandom. Asper, I'm covering that in the morning. After the HyperRandom sets, I'm planning on casting that. I figure I don't want to overlap because most people are probably more interested in HyperRandom. And they're playing some games now, but I'll cast them as Rex afterwards. I figure we'll have more viewers for them if we don't overlap with another tournament set. My plan originally was to cast them both today, but then I found out that the quarterfinals were scheduled for today for this tournament. Yeah, the schedule for HyperRandom has not been particularly clear so far. As I said, I woke up at 8:55 and found out the set was starting at 9 AM. And here we are into the next game. I failed to download match content, thanks DE. Alright, and Liereyy will be the Franks this time, with Yo being the Slavs. We have 30 seconds and we'll get into it. ACCM will be facing DauT, right? Let me double check the bracket for this. I believe that's correct. And yes, ACCM will be facing DauT, and the winner of that plays the winner of this set. I think Sato and Sorokuma still need to play their decider to see who plays MBL. John Slow has a mic pro. We need to get John Slow a better mic setup. Chaotic schedule seems fitting for HyperRandom. So Liereyy with a Nomad start needs to find a TC spot again. That'll be hard for him. Yo has one already. Slavs Franks. What do we think about this, chat? What do we think about this? Oh no, Lierey's still not finding a wood line. He grabs a sheep. Could TC a straggler tree? He's gonna TC. He has no wood in sight. He will grab one straggler tree. At least he'll have food, stone, and gold, but no wood. Middle of the map's where all the gold is. Tons of gold on the map, all spread out. But most of the gold and stone is there in the middle. So if Liereyy actually has control of the middle, maybe this is good for him. This is webcam quality mic. The best webcam mic I had ever heard was Bean Dip's webcam mic. She had used that for years, and it was amazing quality. How much wood on the one tree? That's true. Oh no, it's only 9 wood. It's only 9 wood. Oh no. The opposite squared. It's not a god tree with 2k5 wood. It's a debate. It's a single digit wood tree. Okay, Liereyy needs to realize that before he runs out of wood. Oh no. Oh no. So he needs to find a proper wood line and fast. He still hasn't found a wood line. The sheep scouting, he hasn't found one. Okay, he saw one. He saw one. He needs to do a lumber camp before he builds too many houses. Okay. And doesn't have wood. No, he already used his on a nomad map because he couldn't find a wood line. And this one he has to play. Well, he sees a wood line finally. He sees a wood line. And maybe... Is that one safer than this one? I don't know. He has to do a lumber camp right here. That's his option. So Yo, a much better start in terms of finding wood. And if he remembers that the horses are reskinned to deer, he'll have some good food from them. You can see their animation and timing is a bit messed up because they have deer speed. So he has good wood, but the problem for Yo then is what else does he have? I mean, this stone and this gold are pretty close. Oh gosh, there's a ton of gold there. Okay, that's a decent gold mine. There's, holy crap, Yo would have stone on that stone mine. That is a huge stone mine, 4,356 stone. 726 per tile. Each of these tiles has more than a castle's worth of stone in it. And Yo will indeed go hunt the horses. The poor horses. They're not supposed to have food on them. And Zetness. Also 10 HP, it's a lot of HP. Putting the food on the animals. So Liereyy did do his lumber camp. One of his vills decides he's gonna walk back to the TC. Once again, I will advocate my quality of life feature. If you're a lumberjack, chops a tree, and there's an unfinished lumber camp nearby, they should go build that instead of going back to the TC. So what do you think of Lierey's map, chat? What do you think of this map? You see res collected? I mean, it's 100. That's just going to be on who's dropped off or not. Maybe Liereyy has more Javelina access, more boar access? I don't think Yo doesn't have food under his TC right now. He had to mill the horses. Hold to the lumber camp, then he's fine. I mean, yeah, honestly, he walls there, and he's basically fine. I'm gonna do a mill on the deer. I mean, maybe Liereyy actually has the better start. Yeah, at least there is some trade-offs, but Yo's minerals are to the back. And he'll do all the quests. So hope your quest log is finished for the day, that you've done all the quests. And so Vil pushing in this deer. How much food for Liereyy? Yes, lots of food for Liereyy. Do all the quests in the Twitch chat. Franks are very good in forage so much. You know, that's actually true. Liereyy is the Franks, and these forage bushes have extra food on them. That 294 food. So the faster working villagers there, how much faster is it? 15% faster? Will be insanely good for Liereyy. I'll still prefer the hunt, of course, but good forage for the Franks. This, as bad as the start felt, is it kind of maybe the better map for Liereyy? Yeah, I mean, Yo can wall this off and then be safe and have 10 million castle drops. But with all the extra stone on the map, maybe the Franks can do more castle drops. You said that? Oh, you said it earlier before I read it. See, it's not enough to write something in the chat. You need me to read the thing that you've written. Okay. So feudal for both, but Liereyy up much faster. And probably in a position to make a stable, do a few scouts. I don't think he knows where Yo is. At least he's scouted a lot of the map and hasn't found him. Although to be fair, from our point of view, we know that walling off here is good for Liereyy. Does Liereyy actually know that Yo isn't back here? And that he's not walling the wrong side? I guess he can take a guess because he's scouted a lot of that map. And we'll be guessing that Yo is forward. So if he's sending a spear, this is a scouting spear. He's going to figure out where Yo is. Yo's going to wall off. And at least that spear will happen to go straight into the mill. So nice luck on the scouting there from Liereyy. And Vil will now lure in the boar as the barracks goes up for Yo. And the scout for Liereyy keeps running around. Bill here will go up for Liereyy. Does Yo have enough juice for the FC? Not quite. Has to do a blacksmith, doing a stable. And needs to get a bit more food. Actually, he could run out of food. Does he have enough food under the T? Okay, the Javelina has enough food that he'll be able to go up. I was gonna say, only 2 animals under the TC. What if he finishes them and can't FC and doesn't have a farm? But no, he'll be okay. He'll be okay. And Liereyy going to show Yo no mercy, coming forward immediately for a tower, trying to trap him into this corner. Yo will go for a tower on the stone, and we'll have to maybe mine some more stone for more towers. Behind this, Yo worried about Lierey's breaking through. Yo will do a second layer of walls to protect his stone, and make sure that the tower up there will allow him to continue gathering some stone in case Liereyy does more towers. So towers up, this will encompass a lot of the wood line. If Liereyy could get a second tower behind this, that'd be sick. Looks like an AOM campaign. Yeah, at least Yo kind of had the double mining camp where he can long distance mine. When I say long distance, I mean an extra 2 tiles, but mine to get the stone from that mining camp and get another tower if he needs one. That's so far so good for Lierey's push. Yo up to the castle age though, and maybe we'll be able to get out a couple of knights, perhaps potentially even a workshop. One thing Yo doesn't have is extra TC locations. Lierey's going to chop that one Asian pine because that is exactly the tile where he wanted that tower. And it will hit the vills on the gold, so that is exactly the tile where he needed the tower. With a couple of scouts there, Yo is going to think about sending vills to run. Yo will come from the backside and wall this in, while sending his vills forward. Liereyy will start walling and get his vills walled in. Yo going to keep sending the vills around, goes to the other side to wall. The scouts there will get poked by the spear. Now, Liereyy does not have an escape route now, and the vills are in. The vills are in. The tower has to be garrisoned. And Yo on the outside is going to wall Liereyy in again. And the scout will be poked down. And Liereyy can sit under his tower. Can he garrison that? Sometimes you can garrison over walls. But not there, it seems. So Liereyy up to the castle age himself behind this. We'll be down in vills though if he loses these, and he's gonna stone wall them to keep them safe. Could be annoying to do another tower up here. Maybe hit a couple farms. And hello Bart over on YouTube, and Dane Lislow. So FC Knights does feel a bit risky, but he needs to get the Knights doing something. I guess he can't clean these vills anymore with the walls, so going forward will probably be his next option. Lierey's still fairly well walled, this horse being funneled by the walls. And defensive monastery from Liereyy getting ready for monks to convert knights. Post off for Liereyy, and we'll see if he's able to do another TC, or if he just focuses on the knights. For now, it's knight production. Horse funneling, yes. I did funnel a boar once. The boar was near my chicken patch, and when I built the funnel, the boar funneled itself. Maybe we'll find a couple more geese up here. And husbandry is on the way for Liereyy. Ooh, that is a long distance conversion on that knight. Just at the edge of the monk's range then. That was a long distance conversion. Liereyy probably thought he had gotten away. So another tower goes up and a stable. Forward stable for Liereyy. Let's go Frank Knights right in the middle of this base. He was converting for a long time, right? But if it felt like he had maybe gotten away, that must have been like a max conversion at the edge of the range. So knights for Liereyy. I need to garrison the stable for a bit, but then he can get right into the eco. No armor upgrades. Armor upgrades would be nice. Liereyy has a second TC on the way. This will be on a wood line. A couple of knights defending him there and the monastery. Yo going for a second TC, pretty far away from his starting TC, but it will be between a wood and a gold. It's a good location there, and also wallable to the edge of the map. Puts him in striking distance of another stone, too. Monks want a couple more conversions on knights. Let's go forward. Monks want some more conversions. Knights pick off a monk. Knights go for the tower. Three HP left on that monk. And ooh, 3 HP monk wants a conversion. Knights will try to use the tower for defense. Still no upgrades on them. But Liereyy getting forward with knights on both sides. Some knights in the rear, knights on the front. The TC is to garrison. Liereyy walking forward with monks. Not catching the vills that are running out to the TC. They'll get over there. But this TC certainly more exposed than the starting TC. Should Liereyy find that with an opportunity to raid. But so far it seems like he is oblivious to it. And the economy there will remain clandestine. Knight's going for the tower still, but can't break through all the walls to get to it. Another knight in the stable. And double towers here needed to protect the stone and the gold. At least Yo has gold access and he'll do a market on the side. Forging for Liereyy before armor. Okay, forging. Actually cancels that for devotion. Prefers devotion and another stable. Okay, Yo with lots of vital TC time. Liereyy. He is the Franks. He will have the cheap castle, less cheap than it was before. Kind of sad they changed that. I think I like the old bonus more. Yeah, we'll have wheelbarrow on the way. Monk wants a conversion. Monks want more conversions. Conversion is coming in everywhere, every which way. The night raid continues. Double monastery defense from Yo, and he needs to get enough monks out, but down by 12 vills now. And Liereyy should be pulling ahead. Also, the fact that he really hasn't had to worry too much about the farming eco situation because of that free heavy plow. Has a bunch of heavy plow farms plopped down, so he won't need to reseed them for a while. And we've gone knight versus knight against Liereyy on the Franks. Well, if you're Slavs, you kind of have to. You need a powerful unit to fight the knights. Could go pikemen, but knight monk feels like a pretty standard play here. Remember, in the castle age at least, the Frank knights, that's a converted one I clicked on, still only have 120 hit points, since they don't have access to bloodlines. And maybe bloodlines is something Yo would need if were he to take a fight, and this cannot be a good fight. Gets the monk, though. Maybe getting the monk itself is worth it. So the tower and the forward bill finally go down. Light cav on the way for Liereyy. Wants them for picking off the monks. Still unaware of that northern TC. And so the light cav will go try to pick off as many monks as they can. I'll get 1 and 2. The monks have been charging, we're able to swap their conversions to knights. Not going to get a fast conversion. Okay, there you go, get 2 conversions. See just how valuable monks are. That one will probably get a conversion and then go down. And And we'll force this back. Liereyy not in position with his own monks right away to convert back. We'll raid with the light cab, get a veil, but lose the light cab. So pikemen, we got pikemen on the way for Yo. And his monks want to get some healing in. We'll have stables, more stables for Liereyy, quadruple stable knights. So Lierey's not going to go imp this game. The opposite of the elephant play, he's going to stay castle and pump the knights as the Franks. Pump those Frankish knights with those heavy plow farms. I think Yo is cooked. He's down by 4,000 resources collected in 15 villagers. So that is pretty rough. Atonement on the way, so he can convert monks. Slavs will have better monks than the Franks. Franks, neither atonement nor redemption. Everything else, but lacking two of the most important texts. There's sanctity on the way. Light Cav getting the monks. That was a nice fight with the Light Cav there. All the monks go down. And things looking better and better for Liereyy. Pouring in with the knights. Pikeman armor for Yo, but short on numbers. Mr. Dude calling the GG in the Twitch chat. Twitch chat likes to call the GGs early. Oh, this is a rough spot for Yo for sure. And if the knights ever do see, they do see that TC, they don't even need to force the fight here. They can run up to the TC. Now the mobility comes into play too. And I think Yo is getting overwhelmed here. Not much less he can do. The knights are content to sit under the TC. The knights don't even have all their upgrades in. Liereyy able to kill Vils. And there's the GG from Yo, and Liereyy does it. Liereyy takes it 3-1. So congrats to Liereyy. 52 to 30, or 50 to 32 KD in a map that looked like he had a disaster start from the TC. Maybe it actually was Yo who didn't have the same start. Yo up to the castle age 90 seconds faster, but couldn't fight off the Trush. Liereyy with 20 more Vils. So GG, congrats to Liereyy. And we'll have Viper versus Vinch coming up next, so stay tuned for that. Let me update that, 3-1. Let me also check where Dave is on his stream to make sure I'm not getting super far ahead of him. Okay, yeah, he's looking at that map too, 3-1 Liereyy. And the quarterfinals are still best of 5, right? I'm not debated and it's actually a best of 7. Let me double check that. Okay, these are still best of 5s. Semifinals best of 7, but quarterfinals best of 5. So coming up soon will be Viper versus Vinch. So stay tuned for that. Update the scoreboard, I'll take a quick break and I'll be right back. Saladin versus Salim the Grim. I remember Viper was Saladin before. Forget Vinch's numbers. I guess I'll... If you say he's Salim, I will believe you. All right, the recs are posted, so give me a moment and we'll get started. Just copy and paste these. They posted 7 games for a best of 5, so we are going to be extra not spoiled about this. Oh, Let me rename them though. All right. Hello, Mike on YouTube. Alright, so here we go. If you hear some background noise, that'll stop in a second because I have my heat on. And what the heck is this map? Vinchester is the purple Chinese to the south, Viper is the yellow Burmese to the north, and Vinchester has an ocean of fish to himself over to the west. Now this is random. BGM, the background music, I'd assume. I mean, Viper lots of fish himself too, not like he will be struggling to find fish. But Vinch has an entire ocean. He has oysters here too. He's got 15.99k gold in the oysters here. These oysters have 700 gold each. Now, are there shallows to cross? No. There are no shallows. No shallows at all. So Chinese Burmese. No idea how this Civ matchup works on the water. I guess late game the Chinese will have the dragon ships now. Yeah, but Vinch has 16k free gold. I don't think there are any... Oh, there are oysters in the corner, but no free oysters for Viper. Oysters in both corners. He masters of Viper random. So let me know, chat, in either chat, if you can hear a bit of background noise right now. Because I had turned my heat up in between the games. So if you... Nope, you just turned off there. If you heard it, it was because I was making my apartment warmer. Thank you all for tuning in. This is our second set of the day. And I think this is the final set today of HyperRandom, but I will try to cast some Stronghold Frenzy afterwards. Put a lot... Okay, it should be gone now. Should be gone now. I think there's just like... I'll need to physically move my desk to a place that has less background noise if I'm going to have the heat on while casting in the winter. Thought it was storming. Okay, yeah, that's good now. I turned it on for like a minute or two during the break and then turned it off, but it takes like 4 minutes for the furnace to turn off, even after I turn it off. So yeah, did Viper install mappacks.exe upside down? He might have. He might have indeed. Who knows? Maybe AI can remove that now. I imagine LLMs have made filtering of noise advancements in the past few years. Oh my gosh, Vinch! That's Vinch. Of all the ocean he could have docked, he finds the tiniest river. Vinch. Vinch. Oh, from his point of view, he doesn't realize how bad the dock is, but... Oh no, Vinch. Vinch. Yeah, no, Saladin was Viper's identity. I forget if Vinch was Salim too. But, no, Vinch. Well, they're both gonna be upset when they... I guess they both will be. Oh, look at that fox there. 38 gold on the fox. Rhodian Slinger, as this unit's been popping up. We have him from our mercenary camps in Stronghold Frenzy. He'll be wandering around. Lumber camp going up on the wood line for Viper. Did they ban Byzantines? These are random civs. There's no banning. These are random civs every game. The true Age of Empires experience. Well, Vinch encountering the true Age of Empires experience with this dock, just grabbing shorefish. So I was saying that Viper's map was worse because he didn't have an ocean full of fish, but he has a much better dock location somehow. Vinch, if he docked in the back, he'd have fish. Had he docked in the corner, he'd have fish. He literally found the worst dock location he could have, and it's so bad because had he built it like 5 tiles away on the opposite side of this narrow isthmus, he'd have had access to food and fish. Yeah, Vinch somehow no longer has an ocean full of fish. He has a river full of nothing. He can transport towards his enemy faster. That's the one saving grace. And he can dock here. I mean, eventually the fishing ships could sail around to the deep fish, but that's a long eventually. Thank you, Don Carlos, for the follow, and also Roble72 earlier. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you around. Does HyperRandom give like a balance thing? It tries to be balanced. Keyword there being tries. Does not always succeed, but it tries to be balanced. So there's Vinch up to feudal. Viper taking a longer approach, just clicking feudal now. And okay, those are just some sheep from Vinch. I thought maybe he went for a landing, but no, that's just a fishing ship grabbing sheep. And Viper will be going for the double elephant lure. Elephant's 406 food, so 6 more food than a normal elephant. Viper will be using his Rage Forest skills to palisade block the elephants. Palisade's on top of the elephant there and de-aggroes it for a moment. And no, those elephants not behaving. Viper messes up. And wait, what? What? Why are the elephants stopping like that? That's not normal. That was weird. Can't attempt the next one with that weak of a Vil. My Viper like, huh? What's going on with the elephants? They don't usually stop like that. Also hunt with the villagers. Yeah, and I was gonna say, I was thinking Liereyy used his re already, but no, that's the previous set. My mind needs to move on to this set. This is game 1, so presumably no one used their re's. And maybe the extra games they included were restarts? Because I did see 7 games. Maybe they included some restarted games in there, because every player has a re. Usually map reps or map packs include only the played games, but having player restarts for HyperRandom maybe gives us the benefit of seeing what the maps were. And so yeah, guys, Liereyy indeed used his re already, which will be very relevant for this Viper versus Winchester set. Viper also probably happy that some of these fish have 300 plus food on them, which is more than a normal fish would have. I guess the dolphins have 350, but more than the normal snapper, tuna, dorado would have. So Vinch going for a couple of galleys, trying to disrupt the fishing ships, but Viper ready there to defend. And nothing's really going to happen other than getting some scouting. Fishing ship, nice blocking from Viper. Not going to let Vinch sail away. What's the chance the favorites win? Probably better than Stronghold Frenzy, worse than Arabia. This is best of 5, best of 5. We got 5 dots up there on the scoreboard, even though I know capture age makes them a bit hard to see. One day I'd love to get all the dots be the same color as the first dot. That's the dream. Yeah, best of 1 would be true HyperRandom. And Castle Age on the way for Viper, so he will be up first. Up first and already with more resources collected. And being ahead of the Chinese in resources collected instead of down by 1k as you've clicked up to Castle must feel pretty good. I think Vinch will win KOTD. He did come in second in KOTD 4, I think. In the free CA, it doesn't show the idle TC stuff. It should show that. Maybe you're on the team game version and you gotta swap the panel. Because the team game has a different UI overlay. Now this is what the free version always shows, the idle TC time. Where are these fishing ships going? And grab more food. So at least Vinch finally has good fish. And if Viper wants to disrupt that, he has a long way to sail. Well, as I say that, he does have 3 galleys. Never mind, he's already sailed that long way. These galleys are there, and oh gosh, Vinch. Vinch, things falling apart in the fishing eco for Vinch. More galley bodkin for Viper. There go all the fish from Vinch. Well, I thought he was going to have an insane fish boom, and he still might with fish down in the south. He has more docks, but... Oh, dang, that hurts having me. What? Oh my gosh, the hill here has made it so awkward for Vinch to place a TC. He just gave up and placed it adjacent to his starting TC. Well, this is a TC location. Have you ever seen this? Outside of Forest Nothing, maybe? That Vill's so confused the TC is here. She can just stand there in amazement and watch. Won't actually help. Let's see. Vinch probably put the gather point here trying to get the Vills to build the TC, but gather pointed on the ground and they went to the nearest section instead. Vinch must be so annoyed that he first needed to build a second dock to even get proper fish, and then Viper has enough time to show up before he can really pay off. Yep, okay. So, supervises one TC gonna supervise the other. There's some nice farbs around them. And there's Wheelbarrow on the way for Viper. Barrow on the way. And still defending his fish. Needs to keep moving around the map a bit, but has a sizable navy at this point. He'll sail around the northwest side of the island. Scouting lake. They've both scouted everything they can scout from the water, pretty much. Viper missed this dock, though. Just missed it. That could come back to haunt him. Vinch still actually with the eco unit lead. Viper getting a transport prepped. Viper preparing to transport. What dock is that in? Over here. It will be a while before Viper actually can sail forward. Has to go all the way around his island. And probably doesn't want to land out here. Vinch has a couple of nice houses out there for scouting. A big fire ship fight in the north. Vinch looks like he's winning that. Try to push Viper back. Viper doing a 4th dock around the north. Needs to move that transport somewhere. And Viper wants to do a castle in the very middle. And that castle into a transport ship, then going forward for landing, could be nice. That castle controls all ship movement up and down the middle now. So Wheelbarrow on the way now for Vinch. Still has both players. See, oh, Viper no longer has his Rhodian Slinger. Vinch does. There's the Gunslinger are still scouting. Monks healing each other. And DauT going up at the front for Viper as another fire ship comes over. And monks want a conversion on it. And won't get it. It will go down. It will be deleted.
Okay.
Monks will heal each other up from that fire, tend to each other's burn wounds. And fletching on the way for Vinch. A fervor for the faster moving monks for Viper. I'm still wondering where his Viper is. Doesn't have transport. If he made it, it didn't. Must have gotten picked off over here. Hasn't managed to get that extra DauT up. And Vinch now pushing forward with his fire. As Vinch has added. Oh, we joked about this TC. Look at that Vil count, 78 to 66. And he's gotten himself a pretty good lead over Viper. In terms of villager numbers. Not in terms of military KD. Res collected are pretty similar still. And there is ballistics. Ballistics already in for Viper. So crucial, that tech for your war galleys to make sure they actually can hit anything. And redemption on the way also for Viper. Now he's forward with a Rambai. He's forward with a couple of Rambai. Let's go. Oh, there we go. Transport ship forward. A Rambai there. And the Rambai are hoovering. The monks are forward. And wait, redemption comes in. Redemption comes in. Viper can convert the range and the barracks and the market. He can go for a triple conversion. Rambai trying to kill some Vils. And the Vils go down. See, Rambai could sit under that tower and do some damage. This is Viper's play. Oh, that has a long distance shot from that tower. 10 range. How much more damage can the Rambai do? Fishing ship damage even. Force them away from the shorefish. And we even have gill nets and bloodlines for Viper. So he's down pretty far in eco units, 2 TCs to 3. But maybe could make up for that with some good rating. He's already up in the eco kills and has a lot of Arambai. That's 11 Arambai forward now. He'll keep adding more to that transport and ferrying them over periodically. And hello, Matt O. Well, thanks for watching. Well, glad to have people watching on YouTube, and I hope you enjoy the YouTube streams. I know I really want to get more edited content out. I just haven't had the time. Ooh, 3 Vils down. And forward workshop. Hopefully the Vil goes down before that's scouted. Nope, it is scouted. So imp on the way for both players. Viper slightly faster. This will be double workshop now for Scorpions. For Viper, our Burmese Scorpions, they do have siege engineers, and they do have heavy Scorpion. So pretty good, looks like. Hello, Jarrett Mercer on YouTube. How are you doing? Thanks for stopping by. Rambai go for the Vil. I'll have Imperial Age on the way soon. You be your editor. No, I like doing my own YouTube stuff. We'll call big ass Terz sets where Vinch is beating. Oh yeah. Vinch definitely the player who is capable of pulling upsets. Summering on the way for Vinch. Still still trying to hold. And with this imp timing, maybe he could win a Treb fight. The Burmese will, however, have bombard cannons if chemistry can come in right away for Viper. And oh, what is that castle got a good massacre of crossbows. Got a bit too close to it when it was finished. I like the ram. Hello, Deadly Cookie. I read your comment earlier, but hello again. So, Viper is selling food and stone. And oh wait, we have the Lu Chen. Lu Chen, we have a couple of them now. For Vinch, where are they gonna sail? Are they gonna sail all the way around? And go for the castle? Weird. So Treb fight here, Treb fight here. The problem, what Viper would really like is maybe some double castle Treb production. Then go forward. Masonry on the way for Viper. He's really looking to win this Treb fight. He needs to repair his castle though. He's gotten 3 Trebs out. Sure, he'd at least like to trade. And Treb fight on the way. This castle for Viper will crumble. Vinch will take the score lead. And at the same time, fires in the north. Looks like Vinch will lose that fight. He's doing masonry and leather archer armor. He needs to clear Trebs if he wants to keep his castle up, and can't be tricky with bombard cannons out. Viper with 2 cannons, and Viper really would want to push this castle. Opens up the base for more raiding. Burmese skirm, hey, best unit in the game. Burmese skirm. Or I guess your skirm potential changes via Civ, but great for everyone, other than maybe the Turks. So both castles down, and with the cannons, that is exactly what Viper wanted. Both castles to go down. I'm sure he would have preferred to keep his up. But more importantly, Vinch is open for raids now. And he still have the Lu Chen. He's got a whole bunch of Lu Chen. Over here. Viper's still on the fish with some fires, finding another dock and a Vil. This push comes forward. Don't know if there's anything Vinch really can do to stop us at this point. The Trebs are popping. TCs will start dropping. Double TC. And as one goes down, the second will follow. And, well, 2 more TCs for Vinch, who does have 30 more villagers. 30 more villagers with Trebs on his doorstep can't feel good. He's doing shipwright and a careening, maybe trying to win through water. Maybe paying a bit too much attention to water. Skirms, good old Burmese skirms. We'll have shipwright and careening for Vinch. But again, that's feeling like an overinvestment on water. Pronounced Lautron. Hello, Crab. How you doing, Crab? Yeah, where are they? Where are they? They're... Oh, okay, finally they're being used. Can they actually hit the castle? They can hit the Trebs in the castle. That'd be great. So counter-trebbing on the Lautron. Or Lotron. Low is in Vinch's army count is low. I feel like every time I read that, I have a different way of pronouncing it. But Vinch's army count is Lotron. That is true. Galleon and dragon ship on the way. Maybe he's just hoping he has better lake game water and that'll hold. As Viper has the strong foothold on this island now. As Arbs get onto the transport. And Trebs counter these things. Trebs counter these things. They're so large they get hit by the Treb shots. Monks counter them too, but not in the presence of Arbs. Guard tower for Viper to keep the Arbs away. And Vinch now is going for his own landing while he's doing a defensive castle at home. Viper still with the Treb to go for one more TC or market if he wants to. We have Arb transport. Arbs will lose a lot of Arbs going down to that garrison guard tower. Gosh, that's a lot of dead Arbs, but if 2 Arbs make it through, that we could have a lot of dead Vills. And Vinch still up by a huge villager number. Around 4k resources collected. That's how it's pronounced. That does not help at all. Dragon ship. At least I can say the word dragon. Has a cute little dragon at the front. I don't know where the fire is coming from. I think it's supposed to be from the mouth of the dragon. Maybe capture rate doesn't display that well. What does it look like in game? No, same thing in game. It doesn't look like the... Feels like it's coming from the top of the dragon. Like it's a forehead. Fire. So dragon ship's still in the middle, but they don't want to fight under the castle.
Oh, good.
Monks come over, and this castle stays up. What do you mean in CT? What is CT? Oh, TC inversed is CT. I was thinking you were saying something about the game. You're just writing the things there in the chat. Okay. What the heck? Alright, well, speaking of stuff that's inverted, we have a Lotron that is converted. And we'll be under control of Viper. The Fontos. Ooh, stables for elephants. I'm still not sure. TC, yeah, if you swap letters in TC, you get CT, but what does CT mean? Is this a meme I don't understand? Is this like 67 all over again? The cat's floating through the water without using paddles. Yeah, some of the Chronicles stuff has like the oars moving, and it looks kind of disconcerting on it, honestly, kind of a bit uncanny. I see those massive puddles. Oh, what is? My mind is not thinking about the C and the T. Are you talking about like the shape of the water and what it spells? Yeah, so elephants now have 9 armor with Howdah and their full armor upgrades in, so Arbs will be doing 1 damage. They will do absolutely nothing, and Viper with the elephants will be pushing here. Sappers from Vinch. What's he doing sappers for? What does he have sappers? That's not going to help Bills fight elephants. So, oh, he's going to fight Trebs. He's going to fight Trebs. There he goes. There's sappers to fight the Trebs. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wants to keep his castle alive, and the only option he has are the Vills. But I don't think he can stop the elephants now. How does he stop the elephants? I like to imagine the paddles moving so fast that they are still. CT equals confusing terminology. A Chonker Rush. In reference to Counter-Strike? Okay, I'm gonna not try to understand that now. This is too much for me. Too much for me. In my 30s. mean, are Fire Lancers the answer? I guess the Chinese is the best thing he can do other than, well, maybe Halb, but I guess it's gonna work. So Viper now maybe needs something to deal with the Fire Lancers. He's gonna try Cav Archers. Burmese Cav Archers. They don't have, see, they don't have ARB, so I guess Cav Archer for HCA, no Thumb Ring. Otherwise, no armor blacksmith upgrades other than the first one. As long as you can kill the Fire Lancers, I guess that's what he needs. Then a lot of damage, but with the Fire Lancers, Vinch actually still with the score lead. He can rebuild his TCs. He's coming back. He's coming back. This is a great game. If Vinch still has the score lead and can come back after this raid. That's a lot of elephants that were destroyed. Chinese Fire Lancers are speedy. Do they have a bonus for that? Fire Lancers move faster. Okay, they move faster. He's the plan for that's true. Viper could go champion against this. I'm on the way. Champion should be good against it. Maybe not with the ranged attack though. I don't know, but yeah, Burmese champions could be useful. But now Vinch has taken a huge score lead, up in resources collected, and needs to clear the central castle. I'm gonna do a quick check. Treadmill crane. No treadmill crane. So Viper feels like he's losing and there's no way back. Maybe it's hard because he doesn't have stone anymore. Could do a quick wonder. Oh, Nightlife, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to some almost afternoon casting, as we're within 15 minutes of noon. Some blast furnace on the way for Vinch. Fire Lancers are added to the Vietnamese Archer bonus. They do have more HP if you're playing as Vietnamese for some reason. There's Heavy Cav Archer from Viper. You can go Heavy Cav Archer, but keep Blast Furnace and Great Wall. Keeps with the Great Wall, Bombard Towers with the Great Wall have a ton of hit points. And make for a great push with the Chinese. For lunch today? That's a good question. I'll probably eat lunch after this set. Just had an apple to hold myself over. Actually, Galleon's going for the dock on the side, but Vinch already at 200 pop. This castle threatened from the water. Transport goes down. Hills go down. And wait a minute, wait a minute. We have Vinch. We have Vinch. He is going for a wonder. He is going for a wonder. He's saying, I'm so far ahead. Get out of my game, Viper. He's going for the wonder. He's doing a wonder. This is unnecessary. I think he's gonna win anyway, but if that goes up, then Viper then becomes on a timer to push and destroy the wonder. I don't like how close it is to the water either. Why did our brilliant leaders insist on building the wonder so close to the shoreline? Vinch needs to play some Lepanto and learn not to do this. Especially since Viper has this huge navy over here with cannon galleons. Needs to learn the AI trick of deleting and replacing the foundation within the first couple seconds of the scenario. And here come the Fire Lancers. Another landing, and this time I don't see how Viper stops it. Fire Lancers with their ranged attack should be even useful against Cav Archers. Yes, HyperRandom, Masters of HyperRandom is played on standard victory. That wonder will need to stand once it goes up. Yeah, well, the wonder with the push. The wonder is completed, and we have a timer. We have a timer. Make sure the timer is visible under the HyperRandom logo. We should move the logo slightly. There we go. Yeah, the wonder is most definitely within cannon galleon range of the shore. I don't think there's a question about that. Now Vinch can swap to defending it with the dragon ships and his own galleons. I mean, he will try to clog the channel with his own navy, that's for sure. The Fire Lancers continue raiding the vills. Viper's lost 100. Viper's killed a few more vills than Vinch has so far, but it's not that. Yeah, not that big of a difference. Cannon galleons here. Also, is this water? The water has hills on it. I just realized it's bumpy water. In one spot. There's one hill right here. You can see how that terrain bumps up and down on the mini map. Vinch still defending. I mean, if Viper were to take out the wonder, he'd still need to win the game. Doesn't have his own wonder up at the same time. No idea why Automod didn't like that message, but they are for versus buildings. Yes, they're like a cannon galleon replacement. Okay, Vinch down now to 154 years. 200 is how long he needs to defend it for. Dragon ship comes forward. More dragon ships. Dragon ships trying to do some work for Vinch. I mean, Vinch really wants to stand on top of that hill. How many docks in the back? 5, and he's adding in 2 more for 7. He's fall back a bit, giving Viper that hill. Viper will try to use that little hill. Let's see. Oh, behind this, we have a light cav raid. Viper going to grab onto his own transport and come forward so that he doesn't get destroyed by this. Okay, light cav finding some vills. Go around and do some more raiding. Viper has a lot of docks, 11 plus. And Vinch even sending more galleons from all of his docks. There's more vills from Viper going down, as that wonder is just about halfway done. A little over 100 years, we're at 112. And Viper continues trying to push with his navy. That navy, maybe the numbers are dwindling a bit. Winchester continues adding in more galleons. Maybe the keep could have a fire tower, or a, what am I gonna say, a bombard tower next to it. And the HyperRandom's got me thinking about the wrong towers. That could maybe help against some of the ships too, but I guess the cannon galleons could take those out from range. Demos, 100%. Wonder finished. Wonder 100 years. And lightly scratched, it looks like. 5,715 HP. Yeah, Vinch still trying to hold desperately on the water. I think Viper needs to refocus on taking out the Wonder then. There's a transport. I wonder if you could transport Trebs and snipe it. Kind of hard to angle towards. Maybe he'd do enough bombard cannons. But the incessant raids from Vinch, they continue. More light cav raids everywhere from Vinch. Not just fighting on water, but raiding on land too. He has plate barding armor for those cav as well. Getting a nice rated on Viper's Eco. Both players 200 pop. That's true, Vinch needs to have stone so he can repair the Wonder. We learned that in Masty's set the other day, where he almost destroyed a Wonder where other vills couldn't repair due to lack of stone. And now, yeah, down to 80 vills for Viper, 150 to 80. But Vinch now needs to be careful as that navy is getting awfully close to his Wonder. Awfully close indeed as cannons go for the tower. And 60 years. 60 years, almost down to 1/4 of the timer. But cannon galleons are moving forward. Maybe even she can get monks, I guess, without block printing. It's hard to convert cannon galleons. Viper defending again. And more demos. More demos, Viper. Viper. Do Burmese get heavy demo? No, they don't get heavy demo. They have to use normal demo. Oh, you're right. The Chinese get block printing now. You're right, they do. I'm thinking of AOC Chinese. It's redemption they lack now. Viper is getting close. He's getting close. Now some heavy demos. And boom. Okay, both players going demos. Does Viper have a Wonder too? Does he have a counter Wonder? I don't think he does. No, it's just Vinch's Wonder. See it on Capture Age. Viper on a timer though. He has landed. Light cap from Vinch. Vinch's vills are about to go very idle. And Viper gonna call the GG? He's gonna call the GG. He's gonna say those demos took out too much. I can't get my cannon galleons forward to the Wonder in time. And GG. The castle's there too. He has a lot of docks production, and Vinch does it. GG. Man, and what a weird map. Did we find Viper for calling before countdown? I think so. His chances were sinking just like his navy. Alright, so that was a long game. Let me take a small breather before the next one. Make sure I get some water for the next game. It's amazing how much water you need to drink if you're talking for 3 hours straight. Okay, game number 2. More hyper random. And okay, land map this time. Vinch will be playing as the purple Japanese. And he's a barricade. That barricades nothing. And Viper will be playing as the yellow Chinese. He has a barricade that barricades nothing. He has a ton of gold on the edge of the map. Only 300 gold per tile, so 3,600. Not even all that much gold. So Viper's turn to be the Chinese. They both start with a stable. These both decent stable civs now that the Japanese do get bloodlines. And well, on this map, lots of huge gold piles. And then this is better though. This is better. Each of these has 1,220. That's 4,880 total gold. That's more than this entire gold mine. 3,600. So what's going to happen? Oh my gosh, on this map, Vinch is going to take advantage of that mule cart he starts with. They start with a mule cart apparently. And he will go hunt the deer up here. Also could grab a couple of foxes. Yeah, not the worst gold location ever for Viper. It's nice and safe. Although maybe we should talk about Viper's wood, because he doesn't really have much beyond this initial one. This is kind of far from the TC, but at least he could take it. Could maybe want a wall from the edge of the map around there to the TC. And to that wood line at the edge, and then be safe. I think there's a gap there, so you need to wall there. Wait, did he lose a Vil to the Croc? Did he? Oh, Vinch! Only 2 Vils left. Ah, Vinch. Yeah, absolute disaster in Vinchville, you're right. Disaster. No to the crocodile. Rex. You don't like that the individual tiles have non-standard amounts? Yeah, it definitely is something different for hyper random. Oh gosh, this gold mine is insane. Look at that. That's 10,000 gold there. Each of these is 1129. So wall up from Vinch by the stable. He has his rhino, and with a starting stable, I imagine it has to be a scouts opening for both players. Bit of a hill in front of Viper's base. Important for him to control that. Both still have their I assume so. These are wrecks, so they could have potentially given us a set of wrecks that just didn't include the re's. But I will say, in this best of 5, they included 7 recorded games, so there are a couple of extras there. Maybe those were restarts. I'm not sure. Maybe Vinch wins 3-0 and they just padded it out with extra wrecks to be safe. No idea. When were these played? I have no idea. Dave said they gave restart. They give restarts? Okay. So it might just be they have 7 wrecks to pad out in case there are restarts, even if they didn't necessarily call them. Yeah, and again, for each set, each player has 1 restart. They can call it before 4 minutes. They don't like their map, they don't like the Civ matchup, they get lamed, they might use it. So barracks for Viper, as he's making scouts, and probably wants spears. A lot of gold, but as we said, only 300 gold each. Usually a gold tile is 800 gold on it. Sanyugita will be... I didn't even notice Sanyugita. Didn't show up. I thought the mule cart was the scout, but no, they must have a Sanyugita that just doesn't show up in Capture Age. Now, because Viper, I assume, is traveling to China, so they probably played these earlier in the week. And we're casting the Rex. I hope Vinch hires a samurai. Or builds a castle and trains one. LY next week. And foxes. Oh yes, he's remembering to take the foxes. Finally. Finally a player remembers this. When is the land? It is next week. And there's Vinch up to feudal. As Viper takes another fox. Fletching on the way as the scouts are pushing in. But full walls. Full walls from Vinch. And Viper, don't think he's going to commit to a forward tower at this point when the players are this far apart. So Vinch should be able to go up no problem. And even the stone reserves will be huge for him. He can mine that. There is no hole. No hole. One little jungle tree. Blocks that off. Hope all the games aren't being played before 9 AM UK time. I have no idea what time the games will be played. I don't know, maybe I'll be able to wake up early to cast them? Apparently Nilly was going to cast them. I have no idea what the time zone is going to work out for. Tree with 69 wood on it, nice. It's hard to do large prize pools like that for lands because you have so much expense in moving players and casters and whatnot and flights and hotels. I've been adjusting some of the map scripts for that the past week because apparently Terzini hasn't been around for it. $9,450 for first. Nice. What's the prize for like Warlords or TTL being first? Because I feel like that's probably larger, but of course doesn't come with the trip. There's a monastery for Vinch. Scouts trying to break through the house. The archers are all there. Yeah, TTL is more spread out, and there's also the prizes for the groups, and I think it's a smaller overall pool. Now Knight goes down to the archers. So Vinch trying to go knights to stop this pressure, but Viper's still hoovering around the front. Vills on the stone will be dropping off some stone, and moving over to the gold now with the mule cart. So many low HP Vills there, I feel like the monks want to just walk over and heal them. Yeah, but, I mean, if you think about it though, all that effort for $2,400, I guess it can vary a lot depending on the countries, but that really isn't that big of a prize pool. Age of Empires is not that that size of an esport to have such large prizes. And oh, there's a hole. There's always a hole. Viper. Oh no, the bamboo on the side of the house on the hill got him. It got him. He thinks, oh, there's a tile of bamboo and this is walled between the houses. Nope. Completely open. Now he has to react with a lot of quick walling. These quick walls will be okay. Not okay. Will he wall here? Nope, just gonna let the knights keep running around. He is getting some more walls up though. On himself now fully walled as he does a gate to try to stop the knights from doing something, but gets the loss of Vil anyway. And Viper just about up to castle himself. And will have a huge resource collected lead as the knight tries to run off the edge of the world. Prancing knight tries to get off. The archers chase the knights around. And the palisade is down, but the Vils can fight the knights. One Vil goes down. The second Vil goes down. The knights are really low on HP. Here comes some scouts, and that knight will go down too. That's now 3-2. Eco KD to deaths. Oh, Vinch. Did Vinch lose another Vil somehow to another crocodile? We saw him lose one earlier. Also some jaguars around. Oh, Senior Gita's still forward. Hello there. Hello there. Still scouting. And did Senior Gita learn Chinese? Good question. Probably in preparation for the LAN. So scouts and crossbows still hoovering around. Vinch forced into a defensive mangonel. Crossbows go for the palisade, and the mangonel comes forward. Let's see if the mangonel can get anything in the way, anything in the way of hits. Where is the last relic? So 2 relics for Vinch. Oh, how many relics are on the map forward? 1 right here in Viper's base. Again, it is standard victory, so you can go for relics, and I guess this is the last one on the map. Usually in this setup, players would get 2 relics each. Does Viper have one? No. Is Vinch bringing one in somewhere? I don't see it. Well, Viper forward for the workshop. Forward for a workshop. 2-to-1 relics. Vinch is both of them. Knight hitting the crocodile. Lumber camp going down, another camp going up. Viper will try to castle. Ooh, that would be a nasty castle on that hill. I like the way you think, Kugelfee. That would be a nasty castle. For yeah, just a standard booming game, right? Rocket carts for Viper. So Imperial Age on the way for Viper. And ooh, Rocket Cart goes down. Okay, Rocket Cart goes down. So Vinch with a good villain score lead, but won't have the imp timing that Viper has. Viper will be able to treb really soon. We gotta kill over woodline with archers. Viper has a rocket cart. Yeah, Vinch was Chinese last game. We don't have the double Spanish situation like DauT had yesterday. There's imp for Viper. So, okay, both of them wanting castles on this hill. Both wanting castles on this hill. The rocket cart mangonel interaction here could decide things. As the cart goes down, Vinch doesn't have the vills for the hill, but he might have the mangonels. And there he goes for the castle. Okay, can he beat Viper's castle? Rocket cart goes down. Viper now needs to micro these crossbows insanely well to get his castle up. 3 mangonels for Vinch. He's still trying to hit the crossbows, can't connect. And we'll go for the vills. Viper has to dance the vills a bit. We're at 90%. Crossbows want another hit on a mangonel. Monks want conversions. The castles for both will go up. Vinch will lose a couple of vills. Also lose some monks in the aftermath. It's petards for Vinch, trebs for Viper. One of those is a bit more immediate than the other. Oh, also hello Underil over on YouTube. Treb here for Viper, going double trebs. Vinch going ram petard. Ram petard, he wants to take out that castle. Does still have a 5-vil lead, but is boxed in. No map control at all. No map control at all, trying to do fletching. And petards are on their ways. Petards are on their ways. Trebs out for Viper, pulled back a bit from the castle to be out of range. Rocket cart comes forward. Starts moving around. Hello, Zaytaz. But boom! There we go. Castle's down. Castle's down. The TC is down. Vinch trying to hold this hill. Still has more petards left over, but the crossbows will come here from Viper, start picking off a couple of vills. All of a sudden, that vill lead has evaporated. Bracer and Elite Skirm for Vinch. Castle there protecting the rocket cart. Tard wants to go maybe for the rocket cart. This is always so annoying when your mining camps get trebbed. Okay, treb there for Viper is still there. How long do they take to make? I should know that. After a sudden disaster, I should look at my petard stats. Is the OTC gaming for Vinch soon? Maybe pretty soon. Kill counts are equal. I suppose keep coming forward. Also some Chuko news. This castle finally will go down. With a good Vil lead. Vinch desperately sending Vils to fight the Trebs, but rocket carts are there to defend. And the castle rumbles before the might of the trebuchets. Now Viper almost at the monastery. There's a GG from Vinch, and Viper ties it 1-1. So pretty straightforward push from Viper. A bit more res in total, especially gold and stone. Alright. Execution by the snack. I didn't update my scoreboard before, so that ties it at 1-1. Best of 5, so we have more games. Just get an ad on Twitch, then we'll get the next game. And again, thank you all for tuning in, whether it's Twitch or YouTube. Appreciate having you here. Joe APM, that's a paid feature, unfortunately. They hide that behind a paywall. Alex Sandberg, thank you for the follow. Why is Dave already in the next game? We're casting Rex, so there might be a bit of desync between the casters. I'm just giving time for the ads between the games. So game number 3. Alright, ad is done, and we're into the game. Oh, what the heck? Pastures! Can non-Catan players use the pastures? Inca Celts? What? I'll have a yurt from both players for pop space. We got houses, you get a barracks. Everything you could want here. An immediate militia from Viper, immediate militia. Insta militia. Because I guess they have a man-at-arms as a scout. Viper thinks that's not enough. He wants reinforcements. He wants more scouting. Okay, Insta militia. I guess you take your boar? Are pastures faster than your sheep? I think farms are, so pastures should be even more so, right? Can you even reseed them? I'm pretty sure no. Pretty sure that you can't. I was looking at 2 boars and then some geese. Starting Riz. So Inca Celts, who benefits more from this? I don't know. In this Civ matchup, how does it go? This is an interesting one for sure. I'd like to see how this plays out. Bill's chopping trees on that wood line. I love a house. House for Viper. And Vinch will call the re. Vinch will call the re. Okay, so that's why we have so many games, because Vinch is calling the re. Alright. We have the re. Yeah, game might as well not have happened. Why did you restart that, Vinch? That was such a fun map. Alright, so we will get a Battering Ram Scout. Battering Ram Scout. Really, Celts again for Viper. And then Burmese for Winchester. So Celts again for Viper. Celts Burmese on a more standardish map, I'd say. A river that runs up and down the middle. I'm just confused with the map. Well, he just... I don't know. Celts Siege. I don't know how... Maybe it's the Civ matchup. Maybe he doesn't like Celts Inca. But he has a restart and he called it. Called for any reason. I feel like Battering Ram Scout is one of the more common ones. We did see this in that... was that DauT and Lewis they had a Battering Ram Scout? Or was that a capped ram? Some type of ram. Rush the TC and repair the ram. I don't think that works in the Dark Age. I like the idea though, but I don't think it works with only one ram. Looks familiar. Feels kind of like flooded cross. Like water on the outside and then the river running down the middle.
Kid?
We've seen it like 6 times out of how many? But yeah, it does feel kind of common. We've seen Elephant Ram too. All games should start with a Ram Scout. To enjoy Ram Scouts. Boar hunted successfully. What are the Burmese? Is this just redemption monks that should be good against Celts? Said what you said. You've seen it 6 times, not 5 or 7. Exactly. How good is their Ram versus Ram Micro? I mean, Ram versus Ram Micro comes down to you need repair vills or infantry so they're speedier. So barracks for Vinch, he'll go for a pre-milled rush by the looks of it then. And put the militia in the Ram, of course. Make the Ram faster. And also chickens or hares on the map instead of chickens. I've seen a lot of hares rather than chickens on HyperRandom. I mean, they're the same thing. Ram comes down and we'll have a mill coming up for Vinch. Mill coming up. And committing to that forward area of the map then. Neither player with all that much scouting because, of course, their ram is slow. Vinch will take a good guess that Viper's across the river. If he just runs straight to the west, he'll find him. So 2 militia. That's all. Could ram the houses, that could be annoying. Okay, well here comes the ram from Viper. Not scouting anything yet. There are monkeys, reskinned deer. I'm just killing houses. Our mill is huge. Does the Kelt Ram have faster speed in the Dark Age? No. Kelt Rams will attack more quickly in the Dark Age, yes. If you meant to the other bonuses, no. Like for Celtic or Siege Workshop. Well, I guess Siege Workshops train faster in the Dark Age, too. But yeah, especially with the infantry inside of it. This will be a good ram.
Yes.
With the attack speed? Okay, yeah. I thought for a second you said you were going to talk about the movement speed, because I was thinking of the Celt Militia, but yeah, now that I read your comment properly, you said firing speed. I was like, Rams, they don't fire anything. They do attack. Now, Vinch could grab Vils and Vil fight that. No militia to protect it. And these militia could pop out of the way. I think Vinch is just happy to get some idle time on Viper's Vils. 2 more militia and they'd have the same speed. He's going to bring them over towards an alligator. Not a crocodile, an alligator. The militia still wandering around. That Vil will get back. Viper pretty good at saving his Vils, I'd say. Vinch can just go for that next house now. A feudal on the way. First for Viper, then for Vinch. Do Vils take down a boar faster than TC with Vils garrisoned? I think the trick is to try to like combo it if you want to go as fast as possible, so you're skipping reload cycles. And ooh, the mill could be rammed. The mill could be rammed. Oh, the mill is getting rammed. Look at that thing go down. Here come the militia. Okay, but man-at-arms on the way for Viper. And the mill stays up. The mill stays up. I'll have a house on the way for Viper. And this ram... Just about down and down it goes. Militia will die to the men-at-arms or run back. So forward range from Viper, defensive buildings here, defensive range from Vinch. Viper got the last ram militia laugh, so it looks like, unless I'm missing something, neither player should have a ram anymore. They both used all their scouting. I wonder if they'd ever dock the outside just for some water control ability to take the middle, but there are no fish, so probably not. Know about the forward range? Ooh, he does not know about the forward range. Men-at-arms will come over. So men-at-arms, archer, and probably a skirm will pop out. Do you count 5 relics? Let's find a relic and count. Right there, alright. Let's see if I can zoom out and double click it. I count 4. Someone said it was on Friday. Why is it today? I'm guessing because I've traveled to the China land, but I honestly have no idea. It's not my tournament, so I don't know anything about the scheduling. I haven't really seen any announcements about it, as we have Arson on the way. And Fletching will be on its way for Vinch, trying to defend with skirms. HyperRandom often spawns with 2 relics per player in situations where they could be uneven. And we see we have kind of 2 on the shallows and 1 per peninsula, 1 per half of the, or per island, I guess. Or island. Says they don't dread out from anything. I was looking at the river, but yeah, per island. It is completely separated. So fletching for Viper now, and just kind of going back and forth over here. Less idle TC time for Viper. Skirm's taking out the other Skirms. Here's a good Skirm war.
Kid.
Aram's going for the mining camp. A horse collar on the way. The horse collar for Viper, getting some eco added in behind the push. And it feels like he's controlling the game so far. Takes Vinch off for gold, gets the forward. And just doesn't take too much damage at home, only one militia. Skirms, get your Skirm emote ready. Let's padded archer armor for Viper. And oh, those are forward farms for Vinch. Yeah, I didn't realize. That's actually insane. Since he knows this, the forward is coming from the top, he's able to take farms out here. That's pretty cute. So if you have more Skirm emotes, this is the time to use them. Finally, the two vills have to abandon the farms, but after they've already fully taken the farms. That's why I was just exhausted and non-receding farms, and the vills can run back to a tower on the gold. Viper buying wood. Two archers being hit by a crocodile in the south. So here are the Skirms. Oh yeah, we got more Skirm emotes, nice. A sneaky tower? Sneaky market in the back. Where's the tower? So that's just the defensive tower. Archers forward. Okay, Viper doing foraging. Not prepared for this. He is not prepared for archers in his woodline. The archers have fletching. Only 3 of them. But now Viper needs to react. Will Viper react to this? Feels like he had a good lead, and now he does. Now he reacts. Balling up a bit. Or Logan bloodless. And Castle Age for both, but faster for Viper. Getting the eco managed just a bit better. Bill deals 3 damage to a boar when outside TC and 5 when inside. I'll need to check the stats. I probably have that in my projectile video. The Skirms come over, keep chasing the archers around. Skirms get another Vill. Hope we see some Woad Raiders, some Pajama Warriors. Always love to see them. Castle Age here on the way for Viper. Scouts continue going to take out Skirms. Like Cav anticipating monks. For a run by. That's true. Maybe like, I mean, for Skirm plus monk, right? Deals with both. Workshop forward. And I guess the hope is that he's gonna push, but I mean, the castle will be here. We have in the back of the map, Vinch on stone, even walling to the edge. And he will have a castle by his forward gold, so it will be a Rambai time. And what do Celts do against a Rambai? I don't know. That Woad's always been good. They've been buffed a bit, right? They've been buffed a bit. Maybe Scorpion. Reasonable for a bit. Just for a bit, though. Hills here go down. And ooh, whoa, Vinch, what are all these vills doing dying? Oh, that was a lot of dead vills. The castle goes up. But all of a sudden, that's 5 dead vills. A wall to get his TC up, too. Nice wall. Viper trying to loop around, but it should go up by the time he gets there. TC is up. The knights come around. I'll find the palisade walls. The Vil tries to get that finished. Full houses going up too. The Vils will repair the house, and the knights will keep hoovering around by the TC, trying to get in. What the heck? How does Viper fit a TC on that hill? It must be a perfect 4x4 spot. And the TC goes up. More TCs over here for Vinch. Uptown Watch and Wheelbarrow on the way for Vinch too. Wheelbarrow on the way for Viper. Or just finished for Viper. So TC, so Vinch 3 TCs, Viper 3 TCs, and I run by hoovering forward. A Mangonel there, but goes down to the Knights. Monk here for Viper wants conversions. Hard to go for a Monk defense, and Devotion not in yet for Vinch. Could be a great option for him with the Arambai. I wonder how long Viper's score lead's going to last, as he does not have anything to deal with the Arambais right now. Trying to go Skirm, Elite Skirm. Maybe that's the best answer. Alright, so this castle stalls out the forward push and also allows him to turn things around to give Viper some pressure at home. An Elite Skirm from Viper. Skirm's always the answer, isn't that true? Isn't that true? We have Light Cav also on the way for Vinch, as well as another TC. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs for Vinch. Going forward with it. And that'll maybe slow down his imp timing. He must be confident he'll have map control with the Arambais. Scouts by a relic, but they won't find a monk. They'll find a Arambai. They'll go down. UCTC between the gold and stone, isn't it? Yeah, the perfect contour around the outside to fit the stone and then be adjacent to the gold. The other thing he could have done is moved a couple tiles back and been taking the stone, the gold, and the wood line all at once. There's the stable. Any chance we see Burmese elephants this game? And just by the way the game damage calculation works, as Viper loses Vils, that then Vinch is up by 7. There's a minimum 1 damage, so skirms, when you get a lot of skirms out, they do damage over time, just based on their numbers. But no bracer for Viper, which is kind of making skirms tricky against Arambai, as he's thinking of maybe Imp, not yet, then soon. Skirms struggle, okay. We had a hockey issue for Vinch, so they paused and resumed. And heavy plow on the way. Viper, heavy plow from the middle of nowhere. Well, that's fine, it applies to all the farms, all the same. Rip mill, you lead a mill. Yeah, you didn't need mills. Guys, come over, and we're gonna have a castle. We're gonna have a mirroring castle drop set up, but one where Vinch is maybe. Could he pressure that? Is he aware of it? He's aware of it now. Ooh, there was maybe an opportunity. He could have gone straight forward. He's gonna say, nope, I don't want a castle there. I want it on a hill. Not want to lose to an early trib. So this castle, is this DauT? This is Vinch or DauT? That's a castle that's not going up. At least not for now, as the light cap come forward on the monks and Arambais come forward. And maybe it is finished, maybe it is finished if those villagers can't finish it with the Arambai support. Try to kill as many skirms as they can. So castle maybe just maybe going up. Vinch with some half DauT castles today. 16 military, most of which are Arambai. I'm sure he'd love to get a raid in the back of Viper's base. He could just go there. And Viper going for a castle. Outpost will go down. Need some dead trees or some breadcrumbs to get the Arambai to chase down here. Just need a trail to lead them down there. That's not something to grab their attention. Like Dave suggested, breadcrumbs for chickens to lure them in. So imp for both, but Vinch will be up first. And Scrums will come over, Scrums will go for a knight. Castle will get some arrows on the knight. Monk goes down on the other side, imp on the way. Imp for both, and at home, what's this? That is a university for Vinch. We're ready to do university techs. And we're gonna open with a treb war between these two castles. Vinch mining some stone to the north, doing an outpost to check up on it. Viper still a stone in the back. 3-1 relics, 2-1 so far for Viper. We'll see if anyone picks up another one, if Viper can get the last one. Does he have it in a monk's hand somewhere? I'm just not seeing. There, there he goes. He's finally scouting it, and I think that monk's gonna go pick it up. Now, Skirms along the outside to scout for Viper. My forging on the way for Vinch. I see Celt Paladin. Oh, Celt Paladin, that's the real question. Celt Paladin would be fun. Would be probably destroyed by Arambai, but fun nevertheless. Now, Vilcan's still pretty similar, slight lead for Vinch. I was collected very close too, but again, very slight lead for Vinch. Doing all of his technologies now. They both super defensive. Well, it's the later round of a tournament. The maps also kind of led themselves that way so far. Now, not going to take the same risks like they would early on. And someone wanted Pajama Warriors. Here we go, Woad Raiders, Woad Raiders. Viper making some, and he's found this outlying gold mine of Vinch. He will raid it. That outpost showing exactly where Woad Raiders need to run. They'll stonewall themselves in, but that's still a few dead vills. Like having knights for Vinch wanting to clean them. And then, ooh, there are the Arambai getting in the back of Viper's base. That is a nice raid. That is a nice raid. Now it's Viper's turn to lose vills. Now the Arambai went around the back of the back. I was saying, earlier they could have just ran there, but the castle went up in time, but they kept going and looped around. And now on this hill, they could kill the skirms. 17 Arambai, I'd honestly maybe kill skirms. What armor applies to them? It's only the first armor of the archer, right? So this Cav archer doesn't apply? Or Cav armor doesn't apply? And Elite Arambai on the way. I don't know what they look like. Parthian. Oh, Parthian does. Okay, Parthian does. They're not going to have any more blacksmith upgrades, I think. Okay, Rambai should be able to massacre these pikemen. Yes. Okay, TC gonna go down soon. Bombard cannon out for Vinch. And this is where the Celts struggle against gunpowder. And that's where Celt Paladin comes in useful. If you are against hand cannon or bombard cannon, you can go Celt Paladin. And try to catch him off guard. Okay, the Trib goes down. Feels like Viper may be winning the Treb war then, but also losing the army war. Well, the Treb goes down to the cannon. Rambai going for the pikes still. Ram wants to ram the cannon. Will the Ram win? Ram chasing the cannon. It does get the cannon. It does get the cannon. Vinch with a good score lead. Demo. Oh, if you could dock here and get demos, that'd be fun. But I think both these players are invested on land right now. 1 or 2 knights from Vinch trying to clear some of Viper's forward buildings. Viper has some scouting everywhere. Looping around, trying to find something, but not finding much success with that loop down there. I was hoping he'd find Vinch on resources. And Vinch may be in danger of losing his castle. It's not enough vills repairing. Viper desperately repairing the Trebs. And keeping the Trebs alive, only 2 cannons. And great job by the repair vills keeping that Treb alive. The other Treb could go down. The Treb's starting to pull back. But with the castle down, Viper still trying to hold this area. It'll be harder to hold against cannons now. I was blind. What am I blind? What am I missing? Okay, we got a castle down here. That's what I always say. We got 126 plus people watching here. And more on YouTube, so we got 200 people watching. You're gonna see stuff I don't see. There's the elite of Rambai now. These guys look cool. Vinch has demos. Oh, what the heck? Where does he have demos? Where does he have a dock with demos up there? Okay, did he use them? I totally didn't see them. Yes, you're right. He does have a demo there. He needs to debate Viper to coming forward. No, not heavy demo though. For me, they don't have heavy demo. I feel like we saw that earlier. I'm forgetting my civs. I checked a tech tree and so I saw no heavy demo and I forget what civ it was now. Okay. From the KD, that's what happens when you fight a Rambai. That's what happens when you fight a Rambai. He did kind of win the Treb war, but I think the aftermath is that he can't push without really needing to fight the Rambai. He just needs a way to deal with skirms. Cannons can pick off 1 or 2. There's another Vill down. I see only what I want to. I'm like Gandalf. If arriving on time was to seeing Viper, ooh, he wants double docks. Viper wants docks. He maybe wants his own demos too. What's the Celt Navy like? I don't even know. They have cannon galley. They have heavy demo. They have shipwright. Okay. The lack of bracer and the lack of fast fire means they don't really have a good ship to make. Other than heavy demo. There's a bracer on the way for Vinch. Scorpions take out the Hussar. Another Treb coming forward. Yeah, they would be terrific if they got fast fire. They're still a good early game water civ. With their wood bonus. But then late game, looks like they fall off. Looks like the Treb's gonna be for the docks first. Viper has demos. Does Vinch use his demos to counteract Viper's demos? That's DM player. Well, Viper, of course, is very familiar with DM. I don't know as much about Vinch. So Vinch, though, has discovered Viper's castle down on the southern part of his island, and we'll be going there with the Trebs to raid it with the Rambai and Hussars. In the north, Viper's still hoovering with some skirms. Skirms going down to the TC. A bit of a fight where some hussars went down, but with the hussars, Vinch should be able to clean the rest of the skirms. Viper doing what he can to raid. It'll by gonna take out some of this army. That KD is just amazing. Amazing for Vinch as this castle gets trebbed. Celt Paladin a riot, Celt Paladin a riot. We get demos, now we need Celt Paladins. Celt demos don't get any extra HP by any chance, do they? If we were to get, for Celtica, they don't count as... Yeah, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. Even though they explode, they don't count as siege. Would their cannon galleons get extra HP, though, from Fura Celtica? I never thought about that. I don't think I've ever seen a Celt cannon galleon. Would that get extra HP? Okay, they run by meat grinder. We're gonna have mana per cavalry. Mana per cavalry, what does that do these days? Plus for attack versus ranged soldiers. Does that count for a Rambai? They don't have an attack against archers. I guess not. Elephants, though. Elephant on the way. Elite Battle Elephant being clicked by Vinch, and he's getting ready to go Elephant. He's at 200 pop. He says, I have the eco for Elephant. Let's go Elephant. Yeah, drill demos for the speed boost. Ooh, imagine that. Because artillery applies to Turk cannon galleons. Now I'm thinking maybe for Celtica it might apply to Celt cannon galleons. Doubt we'll see any. But we can imagine. Yeah, siege engineers and men-at-arms on the way. And the Trebs are deployed to try to take out the castle. Cannon there taking out the dock. Champions? Both good champion civs. Gambeson's there for Vinch. Arson for Vinch. Does he maybe want champions? Now, if you have a lot of Woad Raiders, you should be able to fight the champions no problem. But then I guess Burmese do have the extra attack. We'll be good against the Halbs. And there's a longsword, so Elephant, Arambai, Champion, Bombard Cannon, Treb. The ultimate Burmese army. Castle goes down, and now without that castle, it'll be Scorpion's time. Heavy Scorpion siege engineers for Viper. And that'll be his last-ditch effort to try to get an army composition that'll work here. How will those Celt Scorpions do? He does not himself have for Celtica yet. He does have ballistics. Siege engineer's almost there for the extra range. And much easier to micro with that range. Cannon's getting a couple of kills.
Kid?
And Cannon's trying to force the Scorps back. And there's two-handed swordsman for Vinch. As he keeps pushing forward, almost at 5k score. Almost at ACCM territory. Almost there. Not counting on having gold long term. Well, there still is a ton of gold on the map. Right, there's gold there, and well, he won't need gold long term as Viper, realizing that this army cannot be killed, will call the GG, and Vinch goes up 2-1. 2-1 for Vinch. It's a nice game, and 318 kills are run by OP. And definitely a situation where it felt like Viper was ahead, then found a unit composition, Vinch did, to deal with it. CCM likes this game. I'm sure. So I'm just going to do a quick ad and then hopefully make sure we're not getting ahead of Dave too much or falling behind too much. Dave's already on the next game. I'm going to take a minute. Hundreds of early Woad Raiders. Maybe. We just need earlier Woad Raiders. So I got 3 Rex left for a potential restart in 2 games. Civ win? I don't know if I'd call it a Civ win, but by the end it was definitely a Civ advantage for the Burmese. Oh, Zed for Windows is now official. I don't need to use the beta version. I can actually do the official version. I'll have to update that when I do my programming after the stream today. I shouldn't archive that email. Don't archive it. Leave that there. Alright, and we'll get into next game. This will be game... That was game 4. This is game number 5. Alright, what the heck is this map? Viper has the yellow Georgians to the west, and Vinch is the purple Cumans to the east. And this would be... Who called the restart already? Was it Vinch who called the restart? This is water map Cumans is restart territory. Yeah, nice fortified church, so advantage that, or they start with a monastery. Monastery for Vinch, and what is this monastery doing floating out in the middle of the water there? Did not hit the land the way that Vipers did. Oh, look at this also, square up here, square. Chopping the wood line. Nice square wood line for each of them. Outside islands have some gold. Oh, Panda Rock, Panda Rock. There he goes, making the jump. He'll make it this time. He'll make it. No, he didn't. I scared that guy when he didn't make it. Okay, we have a Panda Rock on the map. Have I played the new campaign? I have not. I have not. I haven't played any of the Chronicles stuff. I've heard positive things about them, but personally, I'm more just like... I'd rather see AoE 2 stuff rather than just another game in the AoE 2 engine. So I haven't touched any of the Chronicles. I'm not really too keen on the new DLC when I know Capture Age has gone through a period of layoffs. A lot of people who worked on it are now laid off, so... Don't think I'm going to be doing anything for it. So, we still have another minute. Will we get a restart? Don't think we will at this point. We're 3 minutes in. So, what do the Cumans do here? Yeah, they're gonna fish. Can you afford to 2TC boom on a water map? And oh, there are docks in the corners. There are docks in the corners. And the players should be able to see that. They should be able to see that. There are docks in the corners. I think they have vision. Oh, they don't have vision of them. I thought they had vision. Maybe they do at some point, but no, they don't. Okay. And I think this is fixed. I think I can click on the dock and it doesn't crash Capture Age. So yeah, Vinch probably used the re already. So yeah, I can click and nothing is crashing. So that is a positive thing. Are they just for trading? Yep, they're for trading. Evolution. They are neutral docks, and you can trade with them if you wish. If you scout them and send a trade cog over there. So if someone were the Berbers with their extra speedy trade cogs, maybe it would behoove them to do some trading with the neutral docks. Oh, your stream crashed? That's on your end, Bob, not on my end. I have 0 drought frames so far, although you might have just jinxed me. Pray for a smooth continuation. We're about 4 hours in. And Feudal Age for Vinch, so faster up to Feudal will be Vinch. And hello again, Jimmy. Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, water map, but in the middle, It is shallows. This is the new. This is the. I'm gonna call new. When it's Raja's, but the Azure Shallows terrain. Just another shallows. So you can dock this. You can fish this. By default, fish don't appear in shallows, so this has to be some map scripting magic to use a placeholder or a change a terrain restriction. Oh yeah. Sometimes you don't realize Twitch chat has a saved response. Add this to the ranked pool. This gen in particular, or HyperRandom? This looks like a fun ranked map, kinda. If y'all remember, there was a map called Slippery Springs back in the day. Maps were not nearly as advanced as they are now, but it was like beach terrain down the middle, so you could walk across, or you could palisade, or you could sail your ships up and down. That was a fun map. Just this particular one. Okay. I would love to see HyperRandom in the map pool. Definitely gives us a lot more randomness than Mega Random does. Horse comes over for Viper. I'll find the TC. So Horse Scout. Is this what type of horses do they have in Norway? Is this blonde horse makes me feel like has to be a very Norwegian horse that Viper has. One of his home country horses. So 2 TC boom, yes. Will Vinch ever catch up in res collected? I mean, he's Kumans, he should. Question is, how does Viper punish a 2 TC boom? And does the fish boom actually make up for not having the second TC? How are things? It's been pretty good so far. Viper up to feudal. A bit of a rough spot though, down 1 to 2. But hoping for Viper's sake that the Civ matchup is in his favor against the Kumans on a water map. And so why are Kumans not really ideal on the water map? It's because you go for the second TC, you don't have the resources to invest as much into your fish boom or into fighting on water, whereas the player who is going for the fish can fish boom to make up for the fact they don't have the second TC. And staying water means that you're going pretty aggressive. And if you don't do the second TC, then you're just playing without an eco bonus in these settings, so you're kind of tricky to figure out what to do as the Kumans. Let's see, Viper already 600 resources ahead. And with 7 fishing ships. So with 7 fishing ships, that's how he's trying to make up for the Kuman difference. With fishing ships. And important that he holds the north part of the map, because that's where all the deep fish are. What does the shrine do? This is just a normal monastery. It's just the Kumans, the Mongols, and I think the Huns now use the shrine graphics for their monasteries. They changed them up. The fortified church for Viper, I assume, does this actually start giving him benefit already? Where units near it or vills near it collect faster? Or is that only in the Castle Age when you gotta build your own? And so mule cart on the stone as Viper's mining it. I'll have a market on the way up. Castle Age on the way for Vinch. There's a dock for Vinch. Yeah, Viper's still ahead. Viper's still a really good lead. And I think we're just seeing the effective fish versus the 2 TC boom to counteract it. Only a 4-vil difference, too. Only a 4-vil difference. Viper doesn't have any eco upgrades, just now doing double bit axe. Castle Age on the way for both. Viper down here finding the fish, one galley in the dock. But only 2 fishing ships for Vinch, and Viper might have a chance to take both of them out. Oh, yeah, that galley being super annoying. And he's trying to hide it under the tower. And there's Castle Age for Vinch. Viper still 30 seconds away, doing armor for the Cav line. And oh, Vinch's horse is in the forest. If Viper notices that, that horse gets walled in right away. I don't think Viper could resist the temptation for that. So Viper has 600 stone, and as the Georgians will be going forward for a forward castle drop on the opposite side of the river. And a couple of vills there, more on the way. Oh, Wolf! Going for the low HP vill! The Wolf! The Wolf! Will he get the vill? He does! He gets the vill! Wolf! Yes! So no, well, there are 50 civs. Fortunately, no Byzantines. I can concur with your sadness there. I like the Byzantines. Anyone found docks? Yes, yes, yes. Oh, they have found docks. Both players have. Viper feels like he's winning the water. Okay, I guess Vinch was slightly away from the docks, but probably knows where they are. Yeah, woo woo woo. Oh, there's a fox there. There's a fortified church, and then Vills can do some drop sites up here. To get the church up and get their boost. What does the fox say? Well, the fox gets killed by a villager for his gold. And here's a Manaspa. Manaspa will likely run for the monk. On the back, Viper with War Galley. Trying to turn this into a win for himself to force a game 5. And have War Galley on the way for Vinch.
Alright.
Relic being collected from him too. Nope, transport goes down as the Monospas keep hoovering. Alright, I'm looking to punch through a house. And devotion on the way for Viper. Oh, that is a water hill. You're right, it is a water hill. It's always hard to see the water hills in Capture Age. Viper now down 14 vills. It feels like he's in a great position other than the vill number. That's a forward house from Viper. I think he converted a vill on the opposite of the wood line. Had a devotion to win the water. Here come the Manaspas raiding. Starting to pick off vills. Okay, this is looking tricky for Vinch to deal with now. Oh, so Manaspas are already in there. Where'd they come from? They're already there. Alright, Manaspa's getting some kills. That one straggler tree between the TCs. Giving nice killing grounds for those Manaspas. And forward workshop now from that Vil from Viper. On the water, Viper still holding. Key is that he doesn't lose his fish. Ship's coming forward. The war galleys have to fall back. And there's a GG from Vinch. Viper ties it up. As at the same time, Monospa's pressuring the workshops there. Vinch can't stop that. And Kuman's on the water map again. Not gonna hold up. That's 28 and 9 KD for Viper. Much better eco. And GG. That ties it up 2-2, and we will have game number 5, which, judging by the Rex, might be game 7. I get a feeling. I don't know if this is a fake. We'll see if Viper calls a re. I'm just gonna load into this one right away. See if this is restart territory. Okay. Did I mute myself there for a second? Did I mute myself and then not unmute myself? This is a restart anyway, so it's not like we missed anything. I turned back to OBS and saw I was muted. That was weird. Yes, I did. Okay. We're fine now. It's so hard to manage being muted and not muted when I have so many buttons to click. All right, so we're good. We're not muted, and we're good for game 7. Now that's why we needed the restart, just to make sure I wasn't muted. All right, whoa! So someone who wanted the Byzantines all stream finally will get them. And Karma in effect. Thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. This is a map for sure. So you'll have to chop through the reeds to get to the outside. Byzantines versus Jurchens. What the heck? Okay, now this is a map for our final game. Game 5, or Game 7 if you count the reeds. Foxes on the outside. There's 16 golden, so valueless. Okay, fish on the outside. Pretty... perch don't have much food on them, but fairly decent otherwise. Love watching the streams and casts. Keep it up. Well, thank you very much for the support. I appreciate you using the Prime sub on our humble stream over here. This is a poor man's fractal, maybe? Okay, and okay, Viper. So this is tricky, right? Because not only do you need to chop to get to the water, but you need to chop enough reeds that you have room for a dock. And Viper needs to send a lot of vills over it. Reeds only have... Usually it's only 50 wood, but here it's 73, so a bit more than normal. Viper doing loom. And needs to make sure he manages the TC. Byzantines don't really have an eco bonus in the Dark Age. I guess the Jurchens don't either. Oh, the decay... Okay, I guess they do. Yeah, that is their main eco bonus, the decay for the hunt. So eco bonus for the Jurchens, not for the Byzantines. Byzantines will just have that faster imp. And just to chop 2 tiles? It depends on where he chops. But Vinch not opting to go for the outside. Vinch going to the inside. He is his man-at-arms. He's scouting this. So they have a man-at-arms as a scout. They have double man-at-arms. They have men-at-arms as scouts. Double bear is chasing one man-at-arms. As the men-at-arms hoover around, Viper will try to group up. There's a wild boar. I'm sure he'd like to get to the hill to fight this. Is the man-at-arms faster? Oh, if he's gonna take a fight, he wants it to be on the hill. And hello, trashy man. You're telling me the reeds are sturdy enough to construct buildings from? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So, oh wait, could Viper's getting in on Loomless Vills with the men-at-arms, and he's bringing a couple of bears with him. Ooh, those are two very low HP Vills, but the bears get a kill. One bear is left in the middle under the TC. Oh, the bear went for the weak Vill, but it's sniped off by the TC in time. So Viper's still chased by two men-at-arms. The bear is given chase too. Might be going for one of Vinch's men-at-arms? I don't know, just chasing everyone. Not sure. Yeah, it's going for Vinch's men-at-arms now. Viper will get away. Delete the men-at-arms near Vills. I don't think you want to delete them, but you want to fight near them, and when they die, then... How much food on the bears? Nothing on the bears, right? Nothing on the bears. Yeah, but these just normal predator bears. No food on them. Although, we do know you can put food on them if you want to. Men-at-arms here is still hoovering around a bit for Vinch. Brown bear could attack a man-at-arms. Just gonna stand there, wait for it. We'll kill it on this hill. And Mill going up for Viper. Mill going up for Viper. On the forward berries. So each gold tile has a ton of gold on it. But you don't have much in the way of options. Stone is very limited. Men-at-arms will get to the berries. There are 4 Vills there. And the Vills will turn and fight. Be careful of the men. Oh, more wolves, more wolves. Militia on the way forward for Vinch. And he's going to be wolf rushing the berries. Wolves and a bear on the way in. This militia, 1 HP left. He's almost dead. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. The classic Milmano economy here. As one man-at-arms goes down to the TC, the Vills have to fight this. Vill is kind of weak. The bear is still going for kills. Viper has to bring his man-at-arms back. The man-at-arms will die. I don't think the bears got a kill there, but they certainly were annoying to the Vills. Caused some idle time. And long distance taking a deer there. Is Vinch getting the hunt. Well, yeah, both players miraculously not losing a Vill. Well, do our house, he's up to feudal. Not berry bushes. Yeah, that was we had a game like that. That was Modri Margugu, I think, in the first HyperRandom. I definitely have a clip of that on YouTube. That was back before the difficulty no longer affecting the predator aggressiveness was changed. So Viper up a Vill later. He's just about chopped through. A couple more reeds and he can do a dock. Vinch again not going for any of the water. Maybe the militia will see the progress Viper has made. Maybe encourage Vinch to dock himself. So feudal on the way for Viper. And once he gets there, has the barracks. Vinch, as he's up, already has the barracks and will be adding in militia. So those militia he added in were additional. Men-at-arms are what they started with. And Chicho, hello.
准备就绪，
Hello, we're in game number 5 here. And barracks, so no instant militia. What will Viper's building be? Will it be a range and Byzantine skirms? Yes, it will be an archery range, and he's not mining any gold. He doesn't even really have gold access, so looks like it'll be Byzantine skirms. Men-at-Arms clicked for Vinch. Now that one forward low HP militia will, if he survives, show the Viper the Men-at-Arms upgrade.
备就绪，
You'll know that Vinch is going for Men-at-Arms. That 1 HP Men-at-Arms still survives to hoover around. So I should probably try to right-click it. Viper, 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 yes. Down it goes.
何种命令？
More Men-at-Arms forward. Viper has to be careful to get the houses built. And we'll try to small wall to keep the... Or we'll try to quick wall to keep the Men-at-Arms out. And small wall across the side if he wants to. Or wall across the side if he wants to. These are more large walls than quick walls. Oh yeah, this is a large wall. Dock going up. Vinch might try to deny the dock, but at least Viper has a couple of palisades out there protecting the Ville. He needs to pay attention to this and make sure he finishes the palisades. And he will, though, he will.
什么？何种命令？什么？
Skirm's javelining the Men-at-Arms.
什么？何种命令？准备就绪。何种命令？什么？准备就绪。什么？
And another house going up for Viper.
命令。准备就绪。什么？何种命令？
600 res collected difference. That is good for Vinch, for sure. But Viper could make that up by fishing now. Viper will start fishing. Vinch has no interest in fishing.
何种命令？
That's kind of a cool concept. You have
什么？
your fish, but you gotta chop through to get to it. I like that. I'll have to do this in a map somewhere. Oh, Jessica! Oh my gosh, Jessica.
什么？
Thank you for the raid.
什么？
I'm so honored. You're joining us here, game 5 between Viper and Vinchester. We're playing HyperRandom. So if you ever wanted a very random map, this is what we have.
准备就绪。
Yeah, thanks so much, Jessica. I appreciate it.
什么？
Hope you had a lovely stream.
准备就绪。何种命
If
令？
you're you mean a few of the Fractal-inspired maps? Were there people who made maps after Fractal?
准备就绪。
After the Mandelbrot set?
何种命令？
And oh, there is an overchop. There is an overchop, but only one Man-at-Arms coming over.
何种命令？
Between how harmful the attack is and Lurks the Skirmisher. That might be it. So mark it up for Viper. Mark it actually serves to wall off the Men-at-Arms. That one last Man-at-Arms will attempt to kill a Ville, and he does. With the dying swipe of his sword. Fish and chops. Well, one of the ways that reeds are used well here as this wall. The 2 Villes down from Viper. He clicks up for 1 minute difference. And we'll see if that was enough damage from Vinch. So he adds an archery range. Does he go Grenadiers here? The Viper also made quite a few militia himself. But 6 skirms against no army, 36 Villes. That's all Vinch has. He'll be doing a stable in the back, stable in the back. Grim wants to do some raiding. CA as the Jurchens? I think this has to be Grenadiers. Yeah, it's Grenadiers. That's the unit the Jurchens make. How do they do against skirms? Not entirely sure. Strong against tight groups of units, so if the skirms are weak versus ranged soldiers. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't think they're countered by skirms. I don't think they do bonus damage.
准备
Here they are. Oh wait, they are. They are counted by skirms. They do have archer armor. Okay, okay, that makes it more interesting then. There's Viper up to castle. Elite skirm already. Doing the good old Byzantines army composition of elite skirm. The Grenadiers are making their way forward, along with the Steppe. And we'll have wheelbarrow on the way, along with that Steppe Lancer. Camel for Viper. All chasing.
何种命令？什么？准备就绪。
Grenadiers at the front. Don't think they break through buildings all that quickly, but they can hit the villas from the back. Elite skirm, and more elite skirm. Along with some camels. Don't discount the camels. Or do discount the camels. You're a Byzantines, you do get a discounted camel.
准备就绪。
Yes, grenade throwers. Boom, that farm. Oh, more wolves! Where'd they come from? Hello, wolves. Okay, that's some wolves running in here. Okay. Map didn't have enough wolves on it, I guess. Here's Bodkin. So 7 range on the skirms, 6 range on the grenadiers. Maybe some micro potential. Best of 5, yes, best of 5.
什么？
Both players having had 1 restart they used.
准备就绪。
True Norway experience. Now this is like Scandinavia, but walled on the sides, kinda.
何种命令？
Skirmore, Skirmore. Everyone loves a good Skirmore. Ballistics on the way from Vinch. Like cannoneers, somewhat like that in the fact they have an attack bonus against infantry and do pierce attack. Something of a comparison. I guess the grenade is gunpowder. Yep, skirms do damage against archers, which these things have, so skirms will do bonus damage against them. But also skirms have to avoid the grenades. There's siege engineers and ballistics for Vinch. Oh yeah, siege engineers, you can do that in the castle age. I don't think that affects the grenadiers in any way. I gotta look at these stats. Does it affect them? Oh, it gives them +1 range. Siege engineers gives them +1 range. Okay, take everything I said about the skirms outranging them and throw it out. Now the ranges are equal. Do they get ballistics too? Well, he has gotten ballistics in siege engineers. So that's a thing. He has good grenadiers now. The Viper on 2 TCs trying to get an eco lead. Hasn't really pulled one off. Second TC on the way for Vinch. And Workshop going up over here in the back for Viper. Knights and camels running around.
何种命令？
TC going up for Vinch.
准备就绪。
And at the front, Grenadiers breaking through. They're breaking through, going for the stable. They get affected by ballistics? Do they? I would think not, but I mean, ballistics is in, so maybe they do. And maybe Vinch knows better than I do. Chat knows. Fire Lancers are not weak to skirms at all. No, they are not. Everyone learns that the hard way, I think. Some people have the better without ballistics claim. It does. Okay, so chat saying it does. So redemption on the way for Viper. What's the monk tech tree for the Georgians? No redemption for them. Okay. You could do atonement. Viper selling stone. So he's nowhere near a castle or a defensive structure, even though he is mining stone. Has devotion, no sanctity on the way. Sanctity, he wants maybe monks and conversions. Elves can come around, come forward maybe. Sanctity on the way. Missing the shot. Missing the shot again. They need some repairs. Monk wants a conversion. They have to run. Does all siege require redemption? Yes. Not the elephant rams though. Those don't. You still have to be adjacent to them though. That's true. That's the one exception. And I guess what cannon galleons don't need redemption either. Whether you count them as siege like land siege or not, they don't need redemption.
什么？何种命令？
Grenadiers shouldn't need it to convert them. But that's a lot of grenadiers now. That's 24 grenadiers and 2 rocket carts. Pressuring Viper. Viper up by 6 eco units. 3 of which are fishing ships, but this is a tough situation for him to hold this push. I lose a TC and have to fall back. Doesn't have much room to fall back to. Oh, Danny, thank you so much. Nice to see you here. Okay, ooh! Rocket carts picked off by the Byzantines, by the camels. Grenadiers going for the skirms, but they can take out these units. Yeah, min range doesn't matter for these things. Oh, look at those explosions. Look at them go. Look at them go. Okay, the rocket cart's going down. We'll stall the push a bit. Stall the push a bit. Missed some hot demo ship. I was also blinded and missed it too. Mangonels counter grenadiers, do they? Do they? Well, 3rd TC now for Vinch. That'll come up. I hope your headache was feeling better after your stream from last night, Danny. So Expo in, we're gonna have 3 ranges from Viper, trying to add crossbows, ballistics on the way, pushing with mangonels. Is this the counter to grenadiers, or do grenadiers counter mangonels? Do grenadiers destroy TCs? They're doing a decent job of it. Viper needs to keep the mangonels hoovering to scare the grenadiers and try to break their DPS, but not the easiest engagement. Monks are there wanting conversions, ballistics almost on the way. Imp is just clicked by Viper. Imp is clicked by Viper. If he can get Imp and get Bracer, then maybe he outranges these Grenadiers again and takes better fights. But he clicks Imp as the Byzantines. He's got 3 fishing ships working. What is a counter against these things? I don't know. They're massacring the crossbows. They're destroying the TC. They destroy the Mangonel. And destroy everything. They destroyed the Cav earlier. Yeah, and also Byzantine TCs with extra hit points. Oh, Viper, at this rate, Viper had better hope he makes it to Imp. 50% there. Good thing it's in this TC. Maybe it needed to be all the way back there earlier. Nightline, maybe. I mean, we saw that earlier, right? I guess it wasn't nice, but it was camels and light cav. These things only have 1 min range, so the ones in the back, if you have enough of them, hit and save the ones in the front. Vinch can get it. He already has it, Nightlife. He already has it. That gives him the +1 attack. On the Grenadier, they count as siege. And more Vils gonna die for Viper. Viper now down 15 Vils. He will be Imp. He will at least be Imp. Can he do anything in Imp to stop this, though? That's Viper gonna do an Imp now. It's getting closer and closer to a 20-vil lead. He has an exposed TC. The Grenadier is getting more Vil kills. Vil's in the very middle of the TC. They can't fit. And Urchins do receive less friendly fire damage. I battle the OP units, Grenadiers, and Fire Lancers. So Bracer there for Viper. Remember, these things are also anti-infantry. They're like hand cannoneers. But also good enough they can dance with the crossbows. So this TC under Grenadier bombardment. Crossbows go over to try to save it, but a rocket cart gives chase. rocket cart on its way forward.
Impero. Presto.
And he's gonna rocket cart the TC. So Vinch continuing the pressure. Viper losing the archery ranges. Only 9 crossbows. He's gonna try to counter raid, but I think this is gonna be GG soon. Viper's gonna run into bears. Bears already have a corpse they've eaten.
Presto.
Viper will pick them off. Another castle in the middle from Vinch. It looks like Vinch is about to do it. Looks like Vinch is about to do it.
什么？
The Grenadier is too strong. Not even the Byzantines, the masters of the flexible tech tree, can figure out a way to stop them. Block printing on the way, but Imperial Age on the way for Vinch. He is up. And if Viper doesn't call it by then, we'll probably call it once he sees Vinch up. This feels very GG at the moment.
Impero.
Crossbows pick the Grenadier. And Viper desperately doing a panic TC. Oh, these Byzantine TCs, no match for the Grenadiers. Oh no. Look at that splash of projectiles. Oh, Dave, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. We are at the very end of the game you probably saw already. Oh, look at this massacre of villagers. Thank you, Dave, for the raid. We're gonna have some Stronghold Frenzy games coming up after this, so we're not done casting yet. Everyone, get your Dave dance emotes in the chat, like these vills have to dance to save the TC. Purple Grenadiers look cool. What color Grenadier do you think looks the coolest? Need we raid into the past? We raided into the past. I'm guessing it'll be GG once Vinch hits Imp. And maybe it's not. Maybe I'm... Oh yeah, there it is. There it is. So there's the GG, and Vinch will do it. So alternating wins are purple and gold Lakers colors, and that'll be 17... It feels like Vinch did not have that close of a KD. Those wild animals got a few hits too. A much better eco at the end for Vinch. And Viper is... I don't think going, like, staying castle does anything for him either. But cannot find a way to counter the Grenadiers. So if anyone out there knows how to deal with the Grenadiers, let me know, because I certainly don't. Let me just update my overlay and stuff. So thank you very much for the raid, Dave. And we're 4.5 hours into the stream, and we're not done here. Let me just give Vinch the win on that scoreboard there. And I got to download some more Rex. As while this was happening, DauT also played a tournament set. We're gonna cast DauT. So we're gonna have... Oh, thank you, Sentient Sloths, for the sub. And also thank you, everyone, if you're following. How do I say this? Dow, Delina, and Trozovsky for the follows. Castle Age Cataphracts. Ooh. And thank you for the follow, because we were very close to 14k followers. We're at 13,850, so thank you very much. Fish Nerd, JP Signups, and Grave Robber. Thank you, Atama, for gifting Vanilla Donut a sub. So we're gonna have a game between DauT and Terz coming up. Let me get my overlays changed. This will be DauT and Terz. This will be GSL winner round, still a best of 5. And let me just change my title on YouTube too. And we're good to go. Viper out. Viper's out. Yes, Viper is out. Alright, so let me grab the Rex from this. DauT versus Terz. I'll get the map drafts first. And there we are, the map drafts. Double check that we do have DauT on the left. Yes, Team DauT versus Terz. So thank you again, Dave, for the raid. We're going to move on and cast some Stronghold Frenzy. We have Zimbabwe as game number 1. Terz's home maps will then be Stardust and Ngome. DauT's maps, Narek and Tulo. DauT, the more standard maps. Terz, some of the more crazy maps. We'll see if Terz can manage to take a game from DauT. I think DauT did stream his point of view earlier, so I appreciate if you don't have any spoilers in case you do know them. What set will I cast? I will cast at least this one. We'll see how my stamina's going. I've already been streaming for 4.5 hours. And I need to download these recs. DauT versus Terz. Sure they're named well. They are. Lovely. Professional admins for this tournament. Name the recs well. And we'll just get right into game number 1. Let's get Capture Age going, and here we are. Alright. Click a few buttons outside. And there we go. Right, so, Stronghold Frenzy, we will have DauT playing as the blue Tatars to the northwest, and Terz as the green Portuguese to the southeast. Now, this tournament is about closed maps. We have a bunch of walled maps. The clown map scripters have really cooked up some interesting ones. This is Zimbabwe. You may have seen it before. They've had a couple changes to it. There used to be a hill between the players, but now it's just level ground. DauT as the Tatars. And Terz as the Portuguese. Wait. Did DauT... He didn't play the Tatars last week, did he, on this map? That wasn't Matza as Spanish and DauT as Tatars going Cav Archers to counter Conks. So how the tournament works, I'm just wondering about that, because you have to use every civ. Oh, you can use each civ. Every game is hidden civ free pick, but you cannot repeat a civ throughout the entire tournament. So once you use a civ, it's used. Maybe he was Huns in one Cav Archers. I'm casting way too long. I'm forgetting. But and this map has a lot of hunt down here. If you like Vils killing crocodiles, there are a couple, or crocodiles killing Vils, there are a couple crocodiles down here. And players will be trying to lure in the rhinos and elephants here to supplement the 2 starting boards they have. And we see DauT avoiding the crocodile here. Terz on the other side, double luring an elephant and a rhino, using the TC to kill them. And we'll be gathering from their food from them under the TC. So we'll have a lumber camp going up for Terz, and he'll take wood at the bottom of his base. And Portuguese Tatars, I imagine this is Cav Archers against Organ Gun Monk, kind of? That could work. I checked. What civ did he use then? What civ did he use? I'm forgetting. That hasn't played. He hasn't played this map yet? I must be thinking of another matchup then. Maybe it was Jordan? Okay. Alright, I'm just confused. I've casted way too many games in the past week. They all blur together. Tatars will have their Cav Archer play and also their hill bonus, because there's a good hill that leads up into your base. So if you're defending against the Mangonel push with your own Mangonels, or even just crossbows or Cav Archers, you have a better bonus against the enemy who's pushing you. And also you can pretty often get a Trebor across here, If there's ever a castle that gets placed down here trying to like be aggressive and break through the walls, you're much better in the Trebor. Calling a GG, Red Cliffy? What? Would have been Jordan versus Liereyy? Oh, it might have been Jordan versus Liereyy. That was probably it then. Jordan going Tatars against the Spanish conquistadors then. And I shouldn't be mixing up DauT and Jordan. They're on separate teams now. So the TC will keep pumping out some vills. We'll have another boar in the back as another vill goes and tries to lure it in. TC will get some shots on the boar and take it out. There we go. Our vill's going over to the wood line. And we'll have a mining camp up on the gold for DauT. So moving over to gold. For Terz, we'll have to keep an eye out if he starts taking stone and goes organ guns. It says Portuguese, you could go for organ guns. You could also go for monks. I don't know how Terz exactly wants to play this matchup. Oh. Terz also has to deal with a lion that spawned back between his wall and his wood line. You do have good wood in the back. The golden stone is to the northeast, and then in each corner, there's a bit of a smaller wood line and a relic. So 4 relics total on the map, 1 in each corner. And we'll have Terz being up to feudal first. Now the walls are DE's 1080 hit points, so you do have the tower rush as an option. We've seen that a couple of times. But it can be quite easy to wall out with the way the wood lines spawn. You always have 1 wood line in each corner of your base, so it's not a hard wall out. HICA are really good in the Portuguese. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. I feel like this is a good matchup for DauT. If the walls are elevated, yes, the walls indeed are elevated. I feel like sometimes we need... Do you remember the old days? DauT remembers those days. When you would take AoE 2 and you had graphic settings, there was low, medium, and high. And I don't know exactly what they did other than you put it on low graphics, and it gave the hills a stair-step appearance. So you'd have like the different levels of elevation would be a bit clearer, and you could see the hills more easily. I actually don't know what the internal representation of unit height is. Maybe that still applies. Yeah, Voobly memory unlocked. I think Portuguese should always win this. You think they should always win this. As long as you wall the sides to take wood there, then CA can't do too much. Okay. Let's see, so Terz is on stone. And that is important on this map. Your wood line can be walled. Can be walled. Nothing stopping you from doing that other than the efficiency of your eco if you're trying to go forward. But you should always be able to take wood safely. And you do your lumber camp in the middle so you don't have risks of over chopping on the sides. And Scout comes in. DauT up a little more slowly. See if he dares to go Scout. He probably thinks he's up kind of slow. And also he did not do Loom. Did Terz do Loom? No, Terz did do Loom. So you can do Loom if you want to lure from out here, right? You're going to be extra safe for the long distance lures. DauT managed to pull off the lures without any Loom and without any idle time. So credit to DauT. Microing his Dark Age very well. All that Rage Forest he's been playing probably helps him with the lures. And hello, Boom ESC. And a few vills forward for Terz. Not forward yet, going to the berries. He is up to the castle age. DauT will see that scout standing in front of his base, and he'll probably know that there is an entire village coming forward to raise a castle on his doorstep. That is 12 villagers, and I think this castle goes up without being stopped. Dave sent you here. Dave sent a lot of people here. I always appreciate Dave. The scout's still hoovering around in the south. Terz and DauT both up to the castle age. And yeah, DauT with the archery range. And he is going to try to do a 2TC workshop cav archer defense. Okay. So like I said from the tower rush earlier, that you can wall off pretty easily. You can wall off the forward castle drop. And keep taking wood in the back. He didn't send you here, will you here anyway? Well, however you got here, I appreciate you being here. So many lovely people in the chat. And we'll have 3 TCs from DauT. Okay, a 3 TC boom against a forward castle from the Portuguese can be risky. And if Terz gets a bit of map control, goes imp and starts trebbing, DauT won't have the timing to go imp himself. He'll have to stay castle. And we'll see if he can get mangonels out. The mangonels will be able to do against organ guns. And Crocodile picked off down there. Organ guns coming in. Yeah, 5 on food doesn't do much for 3 TCs, right? Tatars can get away a bit with their free sheep and delaying the farms, but only for so long. It gives DauT more wood to get the mangonel out and defend this way. The Terz right now stopped a bit. Doesn't have his own workshop to continue applying pressure. Imagine having a mangonel working on that workshop or a ram. So Terz will go for a second TC himself. Has it up on the gold on the outside, but will likely be falling behind in res collected against DauT's 3, especially as DauT has Loom on the way. Is he doubting DauT? You can never doubt DauT. And off into the monastery coming up here. So monastery follow-up after this. Could do maybe redemption and try to convert a workshop. Convert a range. The DauT-esque situation indeed. Terz hasn't really been able to apply much pressure at all with the organs. Nothing he can shoot. Well walled behind this from DauT. And now he's getting some cav archers. 3 organs against 4 cav archers? How does this go? If DauT can take the hill, that'd be great. As just because he doesn't have anywhere to hit. He's so well walled off from behind that. And yeah, I wouldn't engage the organ guns with only 4 cav archers there. Especially without fletching or bodkin DauT. You gotta be a while before DauT can fight the organs. And yeah, the question is just how does Terz follow this up? How's he followed up? He added the TC instead of continuing the pressure, and now we see him down by 8 vills. Yeah, cav archers I think can be decent against organs, but you need enough of them. Right now that's not what DauT has. Town watch on the way for DauT. TC gets the scout, and we now will have redemption on the way. Redemption from Terz. And does the TC... I don't think the TC can hit a monk if the monk stands there and converts the range, or there and converts the workshop. And Sharp Core, thank you for the follow. welcome to the stream. And there's Redemption. Where are the monks after Redemption comes out? We got 2 monks. I don't see where they are. Cav Archer and Mangonel raid on the TC. And now that Mangonel, very deadly. Redemption will be needed to keep it away from the TC. I've heard that there are lots of bugs with the Q recently. Thank you, Nelly K for the follow. They apparently decreased the wait time. So you get instant matches, but tons of bugs in the queue came with it. They wrote about that in their patch notes. I don't actually know if that's intentional or if they broke something and it just happened and they tried to call it a feature. Because I have heard a ton of complaints about broken matches. Can a Sanctity monk survive a downhill hit from a Mangonel? I don't think so. So 25% of 40 is 10. So that does 50 attack against a 45 HP monk. Unless you're Aztecs with exactly 50 hit points and the Mangonel is not a direct hit, then you can survive. But I guess if it's indirect enough, any monk survives. Yeah, it's strange to let DauT boom after the castle drop, right? Because you invest so much into the castle drop that you're putting your own boom behind, and DauT will now be ahead in Vil count. And has been able to use the Mangonels well on the outside. Mangonel is going for a hit on the monk, doesn't quite get it, but the Cav Archers will be able to finish off the monk, maybe? Mangonel could go down, it does. Monk gets a conversion, another conversion wanted. Bill's repairing. And Imperial Age on the way for DauT, so we will have the timing advantage up to Imp. And we'll clear a lot of this. Monk continues walking forward. Oh god, Atomic. Made to make me vomit. Those animated microtransactions. You pay $5 for some AI-like animated GIFs. So we have Bodkin, Wheelbarrow, Gold Mining on the way for DauT, doing his eco upgrades and Bodkin on the way up to Imp. And once he gets up to Imp, Terz had the score lead there briefly, and we'll have a Vil lead just due to DauT spending 1 TC going to Imp and another one doing Wheelbarrow. If DauT has the stone, if he could do a castle and get in a Trub War here, clear this castle, then I don't really see what Terz can do at that point. Mining Camp on the way, and Imperial Age on the way for Terz. And Jamrock, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Appreciate the support. All the subs and stuff do help us run this tournament. We do have a $700 prize pool for it between the Gold and Silver Leagues, which is amazing, because I think last year when the Clowns ran this, they had like $100. So I appreciate the support. It helps us keep things running. And Monk wants a conversion on the Mangonel, but the Monk goes down. And DauT trying to get the castle up. Will Terz lose the Mangonel? Loses the Mangonel. Trying to go through the gap between the houses, and it won't be able to deny the castle. So that'll be Bracer on the way immediately for DauT. We'll get the castle up and then probably start trebbing down the other castle. And there's the Trebuchet. And Terz on the way up. And remember what I said earlier, the Tatar Hill bonus, your base is on a hill, so he will get extra attack against this castle from Terz. So I don't think there's any way Terz, being this far behind, will actually be able to hold this. Meanwhile, a couple converted Cav Archers doing raids. And Terz is going to go full on Monk now. But Monks will not help you in the Trebuchet War. Got Treb besieging the castle. Lots of cav archers on the side as the monks want conversions. Terz up to imp. Terz up to imp. Treb's still working on the castle. You see how much damage that Treb does. Oh, he's sending repair bills. That's not going to be in time. 2 Trebs out. Meanwhile, the monks and cav archers still skirmishing in the north. Block printing on the way for Terz. He's imp now. I don't think he'll even get a Treb out. 1 trebuchet is all, even with the repairs that DauT has needed. And down it goes. And it doesn't even need to deploy that second one. Meanwhile, down in the south, we'll have Terz in the food area with the TC, still trying to take some hunter chops from trees. Not much gold down there, but controlling the gold in this area can be crucial. Cav archers take out the mangonel. Monks go down. Usually anyone can broadcast anything. In my tournaments, anyone can do it. And thank you, Mayonnaise Maniac, for the follow. Yeah, occasionally there'll be something that can't be, but thankfully the culture in AoE 2 is not like that. In the past, there were some attempts to make, charge for broadcasting rights, but thankfully that is no longer the case. And Terz will call the GG as DauT is up. And I think this entire game, I'm just wondering, Terz did that castle, couldn't get in with the organ guns, and tried to turn it into a boom? And I'm surprised he didn't try to follow up the forward pressure more forcefully. Whether it's going for a ram and mangonel pressure, adding the monks to pressure the front of DauT's base. He just kind of did the castle at the front and let it sit there. And then when the organ guns were walled out, couldn't find ways to do damage with them. Couldn't get the imp timing to get early trebs either, so 38 to 17 KD. More resources collected. And faster imp timing for DauT. Yeah, on Wikipedia, usually they go just through the streams and find everyone who casted and lists them there. Alright, so I'm going to take a really quick break because I need to run to the bathroom in between the games, and then we'll get into game 2 in just a minute. Oh, Dave rated me, now I had my own stream open in another tab. That's what I do, I have people's streams open so I can spy on them and see when the games start. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. All right, so game number 2 will be on Sardis. This open. What is that autocomplete? I hit my Windows key and I typed capture age, and for some reason it like completed an internet search for Capital One. Never even had any interaction with them. Hello, Trirem. All right, so Sardis. Goth's Mirror, let's go. DauT is the Goths, Terz is the Goths. So if you want to see a map and you like walled maps, do you remember Zawal? Because that has 1,080 hit points. This is a fortified wall with 3,000 hit points, and there are 2 of them. So that's like 6,000 total hit points of wall we have on this map. So Terz, he had made a mercenary hoplite, and he will be attacking the wall. And he'll just be trying to break out then as fast as he can. What in the name of Alaric? So this is 6x Zawal. In the middle of the map, there is a trade workshop. So this encourages you not to boom behind your wall forever, but to get to the middle of the map, claim the workshop, and then get a trickle of resources from it. Get a good trickle of resources from it. And in the middle, the buildings are on fire. Bozzy told me that this was broken somehow with the Alexander patch, but apparently fixed. And then if you played the Alexander patch, you might be familiar with some of the other unique units from that DLC. You can train some of them from the mercenary camp. Here is a mercenary camp. You can train the Sickle Warriors. This is like an Obuk, it shreds armor. You can train the mercenary hoplites, so different choices. This guy looks like the Age of Mythology hoplites, kinda. At least modeled similarly. I like that. Then you can also train the Peltast, which is basically a skirm. We all know skirms are the best unit in the game. And then you can train the Rhodian Slinger, which is like a slinger or a hand cannoneer. You did a graphics fix. Nice. That's why the burning buildings are also not really buildings anymore. Yes, cleans up the minimap. It does. Are they still? It does clean it up quite a bit. The outposts are still there. You can still capture the outposts and they give you a line of sight. But yeah, it does clean up the minimap. The burning buildings, can you still, are they still not passable? So I know I've seen maps where people make plants in some locations, but yeah, it looks like they're definitely different than the graphics we had before. So sickle into res trickle. That's a good one. You can do a sickle trickle. So mercenary camp, more forward for Terz, which does make it a bit vulnerable over the wall. And I still have nightmares about that time Crab built a tower and destroyed my mercenary camp when I wasn't expecting it. And at least it does say mercenary camp and not missing string anymore. So Terz will be pushing in some of his deer, as he still is looking to break out. He's trying to get a good stack of hoplites to attack the wall all at once. You can easily get 3. 4 is a bit tricky, and 5 plus can happen if you stack them properly. But yeah, he's now adding in the Peltasts to do more damage over time to the wall. Yeah, there he goes. Now he's got 5. You need to phosphoro hack your way to getting 5. Should have a siege tower in the mercenary camp. As we did see some players going fast feudal Kuman rams to break through the wall last round to try to capture the workshop. That's been a popular strat, and honestly a pretty winning one. I think it's mostly won from every game I've seen. Like me, good skirmishing. You take skirmishers every day over CA or even horses. You don't like playing the Huns and getting a horse on Nomad, you'd rather get a skirmisher? I think everyone would rather a skirmisher, let's be honest. So this map is supposed to give some different types of gameplay than what we see in the standard maps. And if you like HyperRandom, hopefully you'll like this type of thing too. So DauT's up to feudal now. DauT's up to feudal. And Terz actually, I know that Terz has done his research because he DM'd me with the resource rates of the trade workshop. I didn't know it, so he sent me a message with it. when it increases per age. It increases per age, and by the time you get to Imp, it's around 18 plus villagers worth of resources. You're halfway done. This is a thick wall. This is a thick wall. Skirmishers with capes are called peltasts, and they have a bit more attack, but they don't have an attack bonus against archers. They have high pierce armor, so they resist arrows like skirms. They have more attack than skirms, but less specialized against archers, so kind of a bit more general purpose. But then still +3 against cav archers, because cav archers are good, and peltasts are anti-CA. Hero skirmishers. What do goths do in a mirror? Open champions or just straight to hand cannon? I think usually it's open champion, because you can produce them so much faster than hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers definitely have a role in goth mirrors, but if you have a good eco setup and you're producing with perfusion, champions are the way to go, usually from what I've seen. I remember the good old days of, I think I have a YouTube video on this, of Gold Rush in the 4v4s, where slinging was not nerfed at all, and the matchups became triple sling the goths. I remember there was a Tyrant versus Vietnam game that DauT played in. I casted that, I think it was Viper who was the goths, and they triple slung him to make champions. Yeah, and champions greater than Huskarls in the goths matchup, yeah. Huskarls are anti-pierce armor. You can go Huskarls like if you want to raid and stand under TCs, but Huskarls do lose to champions. So champions are usually the way to go. Yeah, right, and that's the hard thing, because you don't have any scouting of the middle until you break through, but because it is a neutral wall, you can repair it, and it doesn't cost any resources to repair, if I'm correct about that. So if Terz were to send a villager forward and find where DauT is trying to break through, he could repair the wall and trap DauT inside. He could also just build anything behind here. But these are the goths, you're not going to have anything other than palisade walls. So you'd have to use a house or a building. But you can't repair the wall, vills can't interact with it? On the wall you can repair it. Was that a change made? Can vills not interact with the wall? Well, even if you can't repair it, same thing goes, you could wall him in with a house or some other building. Ozzy's saying no. No as in you can't repair it, or no as in they didn't change it? Also, these neutral outposts you can capture, and then they give you a pretty good line of sight. Yeah, of course you can build behind it. There's Terz up to feudal, so that'll increase his resource trickle a tiny bit. Both players look like they're going to try to fast castle. Not aware of a change to it? Okay. I'm pretty sure you can repair it. If it is full HP, then obviously vills don't interact with it, if that's what you were testing. Oh, he's doing it! How, 11? How? The trick is he made the peltasts, he made the ranged unit to break out faster. He's gonna go for the scout, he'll go for the hoplites. Oh, this is close. How much HP? It's not close, there's 500 HP left. It's not close at all. Terz sending the vills. Does Terz know about repairing or not? Oh, and DauT invested a lot into this. Hacks. Only hoplites get the goth bonus. Oh, so the sickle warriors don't get the goth bonus, only hoplites do. So Terz must be aware of the matchup. Then he went for, and he's gonna repair. DauT calls the GG, and Terz ties it up 1-1. DauT calls the GG. He's not gonna break out in time. Terz has the workshop, and Terz, he does it. The only problem is DauT called the GG about 10 seconds before we were gonna figure out whether or not the vills could repair the wall. Oh, DauT. He could have waited just a tiny bit longer so we could figure that out. 5 brains versus 6 brains. Vills can repair. Benji saying he can repair. Okay. I'm pretty sure they repair and it's free to repair. But I'll have to double check that. So Terz with more, you can tell the ecos are kind of similar, but then Terz pulls ahead with the trade workshop. DauT even faster to feudal. But so yeah, the Goths bonus only grabbed by what is it? +1 attack versus buildings in the feudal age, only from the hoplites then is what you tell me, and that the sickle warrior doesn't get it. So, okay, yeah, the other two, the Peltas and the Rodent Slinger, make sense. The Sickle Warrior, I guess, doesn't get it. We can even check that, right? Does he have any more Sickle Warriors? He does. It is +1 against buildings. Oh, looks like they get it. +1 against buildings. And where are the hoplites then? These guys get +3 against building. I guess he did arson along with it? Or free arson? No, wait. The unit itself might just have bonus attack against buildings. Yeah, it does. I remember that. The unit has bonus attack. Alright, so Terz gets himself on the scoreboard. How is the setup? 1-1? And that'll mean DauT can't use Goths going forward, and he can pick the map now. And for game number 3, DauT will pick Narok, which is pretty much what I'd expect as a home map from DauT, as it is a regicide start and about as close to regicide fortress as we can get. So you start with a fortified tower, no castle and no barracks, but otherwise it is the king and the villas like in regicide fortress. And DauT will be playing as the blue Slavs to the southwest and Terz the green Chinese to the northeast. And regicide fortress, a map that DauT would have played in tournaments many years, well before DE. So there are, in the mud out here, swimming a couple of box turtles. So actually quite valuable if you can come out and do a mill in the middle of the map and get your food eco sorted out right away. Over here we'll have Terz. Are we back? Are we back? We're back? Okay. Press F5 to pay respects. There we are. Just a mini drop. We're good. Alright, panic time over. Minus 600 viewers from the drop, probably, after the raid, but we're back. And thank you, GeoGaddy BOC, for the follow. Yeah, just refresh and hopefully we're good. Alright, so as I was saying, I have nightmares about this from the Lake Poyang scenario. And Gandalf, Ini, and Ethismos, thank you for the follow. Is that the trick we have to drop to get people to follow? Almost threw your PC out the window. Don't do that. Or Etimos. Etimos, is that what it's supposed to be? Like the Age of Mythology? What they say? Yeah. Anyway, these things were buffed in Lake Poyang. They shot you, they destroyed your ships, you couldn't go near the coast, and they gave me nightmares. This fortified tower is also really beautiful. I don't really see this one in campaigns all that much. Is this new? Because the Italian Mediterranean architecture kind of has a similar staircase thing, but this is different. I don't think I've ever seen the Slav one before. This is cute. I like it. I like it. I think the first try was better. Oh no. Oh no. Names are hard to pronounce. Or Ethismos. Is that it? Looks like Prague. And Umbakaj, thank you for the follow. I appreciate the follows on Twitch. Both on, we're going for 14k on Twitch and for 30k on YouTube, so I appreciate all the follows on Twitch and the subs on YouTube. Very bohemian, actually. Okay, maybe it's a good bohemian tower. Maybe they'll have it too. Do the Bohemians and Slavs have the same architecture set? Yeah, I think they do. That would make sense. Yeah, that's true. They do have different door and stair proportions on them. They do look maybe slightly different than the other buildings. Also kind of tricky for this one, because you want it to look like a tower that's chunkier, but also not to overpower and be extra huge compared to the other towers. Following but unfollowed? I swear that happens occasionally for me, where I see I'm following people, then it tells me I'm not. So Gazelle getting pushed in by the scout. And wait. DauT's king is threatened by Terz. How is that threatened by Terz? I don't think that was threatened, capture age. I don't think that was really that threatened. Watch. Oh, now it says I'm dropping frames. Let's see if we're back now. Let's see if we're back now. Might be back. Might be back again. Hopefully we're back again. Can't handle DauT's awesomeness happens with T90 also. Maybe that's the case, honestly. I don't know what that happened. We were good for 5 hours until now. One day I will have fiber optic internet and be able to stream consistently. This apartment does not have fiber as an option though, so unfortunately we're stuck. Stuck with our... Okay, we're good. Elon Musk internet is an option. That is even worse than the internet I have. That is not an option. Ninja Robot. All right, we're just gonna sit here for a moment and see if we're fine. Stop downloading cat videos. My neighbor's all loading up Netflix. I mean, maybe it is. It might be. I mean, it's around 2:30. That's when the kids in the neighborhood get home from school. Maybe they are loading up Netflix. All right, we're gonna hope that this is okay. YouTube should continue going. Yep, okay, I think we're back everywhere. So, okay, we're gonna keep going and hope that this works. And if it doesn't, then I don't know. We'll try. Plow forward. Hello again, everyone. Type something in the chat if you're still here. Now, Pikachu emotes. Wonderful. Yay, we're back. Hopefully we're all back. Anyway, let's continue. We'll have DauT up to the castle age. Something, yeah, that's how we get chat activity. Something in the chat. I can fax screenshots of the game. Make a PowerPoint presentation like we're playing the HD edition. And so TC is going up. 2 TCs for both players as their initial opening. And Monastery for DauT. We have seen different approaches to TCs versus relics. And sometimes players prefer relic control versus more TCs. There are a total of 6 relics on the map, scattered about 1 on each side, and then 4 in the middle, roughly. To get that male pigeon. Alright, so it looks like we still have like 200 plus viewers on Twitch after that, so that's at least we didn't lose literally everyone. And we'll have a 3rd TC for Terz. So Terz going for the monastery as well, adding in Cav Archers. So it'll be a Cav Archer play for the relics from Terz. Chinese Cav Archers. We have been seeing the Civ do that quite a bit. DauT just going for the standard Scouts Husbandry light Cav approach. We'll be healing up his Scouts a bit. 220 people who can all hit F5 on their keyboard. Never doubt the power of chat. Remember, Dave rated us. We know that Dave has good viewers. I bet they're all tech savvy. So, monk out from the monastery from DauT, and leaves the fortified tower to protect his other monk. Light Cav was out by the relic for Terz, but DauT will not be deterred. Some Cav archers come over and try to hit the light Cav. DauT will block a bit and try to hit the Cav archers, force them away. Nicely done. He's going to get a Cav archer there. The light Cav are faster. They can catch it. They can catch it. These modern kids with their hip keyboards. They can all press F5 to pay respects. Light Cav Monk feels like better comp than CA Monks. Yeah, I think CA Monk is viable, but it's definitely trickier not to get converted, and the fact you have to keep running away from the Light Cav. Thanks to inflation, soon it's going to be F6. Well, soon everyone's just going to have phones everywhere. It'll be like swipe down to refresh. Did anyone hear a slight audio stutter? Probably from the returning to the stream from the internet breaking. Blink 5 times to pay respects. I'll need to do that when my webcam's on. We can tell chat how many lights we have in the background. So 2-1 Relics in favor of DauT so far, and he's bringing in a third. The other ones are on the outside. Where are they? What's the third? That'll be a total of 4. 5th out there, and the 6th has to be held by a monk somewhere right now. Not sure where. There we are. Okay, so it'll be 4-2, or 3-2 in favor of DauT, with a 4th up in that corner. DauT didn't scout it, but if he knows the map, he knows it's there. How well does he know the map? I don't know. Terz didn't scout it either, but same thing applies. Now, Monk coming forward as the Cav Archers will run away from the Light Cav. A couple of Fire Lancers out for Terz. Monk wants a conversion on the Cav Archer. Are they weak against standard archers only, or also versus camel archers? No, they just don't have much pierce armor. They don't have much pierce armor. I think that's the thing. There's a pierce armor. One comes out, we can click him. Yeah, it's only one pierce armor has a base, so that's what makes them weak to archers. They don't actually have like anything that does bonus damage against them from the archer line. It's just in general the low pierce armor and not too high HP. I guess scale barding armor on the way for DauT. They don't feel weak at all ever. From what I've seen, they don't. They seem to beat Huskarls, they beat Cav Archers, beat everything. Yeah, some cities even get Gambesons for them for extra pierce armor. And then you get up to, what, 6 with all the Gambesons and Blacksmith upgrades, so then they're feeling pretty good. Best unit they added is Fire Lancers. In terms of most powerful, if that's what you mean by best, then I would agree with you. I don't know if it's actually balanced or like makes sense for all civs. Like Vietnamese having the HP bonus for it is like, what? There's Husbandry, Wheelbarrow, and Bloodlines for Terz. What is the range of it? The range, the Fortified Tower has a base range of 13 and then benefits from Fletching and Bodkin. Show the range indicators, which is all the way out here. And will do a great job of deterring mangonel pushes at the front of the base. And will need constant repairs. Let's see what DauT is able to do with his Cav Arch, or what Terz is able to do with his Cav Archers in terms of defending DauT's monks. Yeah, it's a campaign tower, but it's placed here because the Regicide map scripters didn't want to do the castles like a standard Regicide map. Wanted to be a bit different, so you're not as forced to go into unique units or pick the unique unit civ all the time. So some vills from Terz outlying on that gold will be picked off. I think there's an overchop in the hole. Yes, there is. So he is open, going forward with the Fire Lancers, but DauT knows exactly how to prioritize his conversion targets. There are a lot of unique stuff in the campaigns. What is this holy sound? You mean monks? Or is there some audio issue? I did have a couple of stream drops, so you might need to refresh if there's a sound issue. I select monks. Maybe it's the tower? The monk wants a conversion of the cav archers. DauT even coming around with a workshop. They're really going to force this push into Terz's base, coming from the side so that he doesn't have to deal with the tower. And both players up to Imp. Terz up about 30 seconds faster. And doesn't look like Terz or DauT are going to have castles next to each other for a Trebor. It'll just be a back-at-home Imp timing. Oh, so when I select the tower, okay. I believe voice equals DauT.
何种命令什么？
And I'll have chain barding armor on the way, Imperial Age on the way, and armor will be good against the cav archers. And when DauT gets in, he'll be able to do the final armor for his cav.
什么？
A little bit worried about the Fire Lancers. 3 Mangonels going for the TC. And Ricky Olik, thank you very much for the follow. And So Happy 42, thank you for the follow. Cheers. Huzzah. And then detonates for DauT as the Slavs. That'll mean his castles cost less stone and instead cost a bit of wood. Usually it's a good discount. Occasionally you'll find yourself unable to repair a castle because you don't have wood. I've been in that situation before. But usually it's a good thing. That's what the monks do. That's what the monks do. See that triangle? That's a monk chanting, trying to convert a unit. It had to run away, didn't get the conversion. Oh, good mangonel shots on the Fire Lancers. And cav archers keep pushing. DauT here might get cleared up a bit from his forward. But as that happens, he has more light cav coming forward, and if this were walled at some point, there now is an overchop. And DauT is in with a ton of light cav. Meanwhile, in the north, Terz trying to finish the fight, as one cav archer there is converted by that monk. Over here, the light cav are pouring in, getting in on the wood line, and this is now a massacre. 12 dead vills and counting. Terz has not noticed this. Terz is not garrisoned. He's even gotten some light cav in through his main base. And Terz, you're microing somewhere. Oh no, 26 vills down. If this were walled a bit, he'd be better, but 26 vills down. So did DauT buy enough time? I think he did. What a raid that was. Hussars in, and now even more vills on the front, under a castle. But these ones still kind of exposed. Treb exposed. Ballistics and plate barding armor on the way for DauT. That'll be the final armor upgrade. Another minute away. Yeah, all in Hussars. Into Fire Lancers of all things, but not enough Fire Lancers out, not enough positions for them. Where they were in a spot to prevent raids, and here are more Hussars from DauT, pouring in from those stables. Cav archers will take out some Hussars here. Red Bull be hit and not quite go down. Where are the Slavs' famous infantry in siege? They also are cav civ, right? Good farms for the hussars. Full upgrades on them. They can go boyars. And here's the siege if you're interested in Trebors. There is Onager on the way. That'll help against cav archers. And probably against fire lancers. So 3 trebs for DauT. Trying to take out the treb there. No real melee units other than the fire lancers for diving the trebs, and maybe the fire lancers can do it. The cav archers really don't take out trebs as long as they're repair vills. I say as long as they're repair vills, as long as they're repair vills who actively are repairing. As Onager out for DauT will be attacked by a fire lancer. Sares will fight the fire lancers. Onager has to come forward. Can it get a shot off? He can. Terz needs to micro. DauT repairing the castle again. No, or cheaper stone cost because of detonates. Outpost goes down. More trebs forward for Terz. Not going for the trebs, not going for the castle. Terz so far with the better KD. DauT with 1,000 or 10,000 more resources collected though. Is pumping more Onagers. And if he gets one big Onager hit, then suddenly he can run and take out the trebs. Do they or Fulmish Militia? I have no idea what the stats on Fulmish Militia are. These guys, I'm guessing these guys, because it's plus 15 against Cav, and then an extra 12 against Camel. Onagers want to take out some fire lances, give him a path to the trebs. Repair vills for Terz, as he's trying to take the castle. Out there, 154 vills for DauT. And these trebs doing work on the castle. That's a good number of Onagers from DauT now, though. I wonder if he ever gets siege Onagers. Siege engineers for range is also in the cards at some point. Okay, nice shot on some fire lancers. And trying to hit the cav archers. Cav archers pretty adept at picking them off. And the castle stays up as the trebs go down. The trebs go down. And the Onagers here can help out against the cav archers if they get shots off. I mean, Terz good micro to pick off Onagers so far. Meanwhile, up here, a couple of fire lancers have found the stables DauT was adding. That looks like it's under control. And we have another castle from Terz trying to hold the middle, even without farms. Not just clip farming. There's a worrying number of Onagers. Yeah, I mean, right, that's a lot of Onagers for one moment. And then DauT will want a castle. Want a castle, and the trebs are already besieging the other castle. Terz wants another castle in the back too. That is on the cracked terrain. That is on the weaker cracked terrain. And when I say weaker, I mean the buildings built on it take extra bonus damage. Still have no answer to SO. Now siege engineers on the way. We're just looking for SO now. Another gold rush-esque. Well, that's true, but they're also kind of spread out a bit more. Right, like we see Terz, it's not like he's denied from gold. He and DauT can both share peacefully up here. Yeah, if either player were paying attention, that'd be different. Wait, this is Regicide. Is there anything that can go for a King Snipe? No. Terz just breaking in with cav archers through the overchopped wood line, but no petards with him. Remember, this is Regicide, so you can go for the King Snipes. But that's not going to be there, as we'll have trebs continuing to push forward. DauT added in more trebs. There he goes. Now he can push castles. Probably wants to stay atop the hills, but 6 Trebs will take out a castle. Don't know chemistry. Oh, we can still do more upgrades then. And the castle, one more volley goes down. The Trebs come forward. They will mangonel the cav archers. They thought they'd go for the Trebs, but I guess they're stationary. And SAR raids here. Is Terz able to push with the Fire Lancers? He's getting the melee units onto the Onagers, killing quite a few Onagers. He still has 2 Trebs alive. That is now 6 Trebs trying to destroy them. But a few repair vills will go down too. They'll absorb the missed shots. Here's his 7 on food, so he's going full on Cav Archer Fire Lancer with no food. As is you right. DauT with more food. Terz only at 97 vills though, dropping as he loses some repair vills. And there he's going to call the GG. He can't hold this push from DauT anymore. Cannot hold the push from DauT. Fire Lancer, even with the Fire Lancers, DauT. Good old Hussar spam. So GG. And that'll put DauT up 2-1. Better KD. Huge economy lead. It's only a 30-second imp timing difference. Alright. And Freno, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much. And hello, Dangle. So let me update our scoreboard. We have DauT up 2-1. This is a best of 5. So thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate having you all here. A couple more games from this set. And this will probably be the last set I cast today, because I'm going for 6 hours, but we'll have potentially 2 more games. We'll see how well DauT does in the next one. And it will be too low. So if we have a game 5, it will be on Nagome, which has been an absolutely crazy map. This one here will be on Tulo. Checkmark versus Crown. The checkmark is just because it was a neutral map. It was game 1. And I can't check it off for the player home map because neither of them doesn't belong to either of them. So that's just to mark that it's done and out of the way. I use the little 1 and 2 buttons to mark 1 for the left and 2 for the right side of the interface. So someday I'll probably write a custom interface to do that, but right now I haven't had time for that. A really good caster, sir. Well, thank you. You are a really good chatter, sir. So we will have Terz here as the green Malians to the east and DauT as the blue Inca to the west. In previous versions of this tournament, this was a regicide map with a fortified tower, but now it's just a standard 3-vil start. And on the inside will be the players and, of course, their gold mines. Thank you, Tic Tacus, for gifting now a sub to the community that went to Smith AoE. Thank you very much for the gifty. And, right, so your gold's in the middle. You have your relics on the middle, too. There are 4 relics. Ooh, this was a bugged map. This would have been, if this were live, this would have been admin because DauT has a relic that doesn't spawn there. And it's supposed to be 4 relics there. And the clowns can adjust the map script. And then we have some box turtles in the middle. And you can go in Vil fight to try to get docks up in the middle. We've seen huge men-at-arms pushes work on this map. It is only a fortified palisade wall. So you can break through very easily with feudal age pressure, or even with a castle drop that gets in quickly too. Oh, Tacticus. Tacticus, thank you. I read it backwards. I was thinking like tic-tac-toe. Yeah, fortified palisades and stone gate. You have to choose between either a palisade gate or a fortified or a stone gate, or you can use a fortified gate if you want. But there's no fortified palisade gate. like there is for the wall. That deer for Terz. So Terz is so annoyed at the deer, he tried to funnel by adding a gate here, hoping that he could push the deer opposite the wall and it would run around and go by the TC, but deer do not behave that well. No, they don't. Let's see what he can do. This is an adventure for him. This is an adventure. One more push over the funnel. One more push. Will the deer run? The deer might just get stuck there. Did he get stuck there? Now you can go behind it and push it in. Oh no, it's running outside. It's running outside. Terz has given up on that deer. Too much for him. Too much for him. And deer love woodlines in all forms and will never leave them. They also love walls, it would seem like. Okay, the Vil was about to hunt the boar, but instead decided to hunt the eagle. That will be annoying there. And looks like the Vil will get the boar in safely, nice and safely. Sacrifice 200 elo for not having to push deer. Oh, deer pushing is fun. You gotta just channel your inner slam. Get the deer pushed. So DauT has not been pushing deer either. Deleted a hole in his wall to get the Vil forward. And we'll look for a dock, potentially. Let's see, doing a barracks. And will Terz see that? Looks like he will, yes. He does scout the barracks. And he'll be going forward with his own militia to do a dock. Militia's coming forward, trying to stop the Vil from finishing the barracks, and he didn't get enough HP on the palisades. Now he needs to quick wall himself somehow. And doesn't look like he's going to save the Vil. Scout's blocking, he's trying to get it back. Now the militias can get inside, actually. There's a singleton Vil on the berries. Oh, no, DauT. DauT. He is up to feudal, at least. He is up to feudal, but the militia are in. Ate some TC arrows. That's the tricky thing about running in. Not only are you walled, but your TC covers so much of your base, it's hard to hit the enemy player's resources. Gotta be very careful not to run into the TC. And here's feudal on the way for DauT. Sending more Vils wants to finish this. And this is a fight. The Vil's got to stay alive to do the barracks. And there we go. DauT finally gets the barracks up. And just in time before feudal. I know he could have built those palisades earlier and saved him a lot of trouble, but was greedy. Takes out the the militia there. Not the man-at-arms yet, the militia. And this eagle will have HP over the scout potentially, or maybe not. And militia gets the scout. There we go. Militia gets the scout, and we'll be hitting the fishing ships. We'll have feudal age on the way for Terz now, but a bit slower. He'll probably be going for a fast castle, but then again has only 1 on gold, which doesn't really feel that fast castle-y to be this late to feudal. Moves 3 over now. Knows, yes, there are box turtles here. Box turtles. Like shorefish, there are box turtles. Exactly the same as shorefish other than the graphics and the naming and stuff. So another Vil fight with DauT's militia. DauT taking a nice score lead. Part that might just be having militia still alive. If you look at the scouting, scouting only down the middle from Terz. DauT with a lot more scouting too. So water and scouting might be the determining factors of DauT's score right here. But we'll have an archery range going up for DauT as the Inca slingers could be nice. How do slingers do against Gebetto warriors? Gebettos are infantry, right? So slingers have an advantage? Probably pretty well. So some palisade walls extending the fortified palisade wall. And a range. And let's just try to hit a palisade wall. They will try to break in through that palisade. water. It looks kind of even. DauT will bring Repairvilles over. Yeah, that is your Civ-specific wall. That is Civ-specific. And he wants to fight here. The Ville counts are still equal, and Terz is really going to commit to this. I mean, why is Terz committing to this fight? He wants to get to the dock for Repairvilles, maybe? Oh, we have another mini F. No. Oh, my internet's just not handling the stream today. Hold on, internet. Oh, that was the mini F, hopefully. Oh, looks like we're good again. Again, type something in the chat if you're still here. Mini F, okay. The smallest of Fs. A lowercase f. So, defensive tower from Terz wants to protect his gold. And, ooh, not gonna do the tower, deletes it. Still has stone for another one, but not doing the tower. Castle Age on the way. But he's taking some damage. He wants that tower again, but builds it a tile more forward. Will that go up? There are a lot of weak vills here. Here's losing villagers and idling. Castle Age is going to hurt his economy hard. 33 to 26 right now. Sorry, had short disconnect, but back. Oh my gosh, could the wreck have actually had an effect on the disconnect if Terz was having bad internet? Wait a minute. Could that have caused a short disconnect for my stream? I legit have had that issue before where I've played DE, but other people have bad internet so much that it crashes my stream. And I've seen that happen for other people too. Terz just can't decide where he puts the tower. Finally picks a location for it. They Terz up to castle. Lots of low HP vills. Does not get the tower up. He tried so many times for that tower and couldn't get it. And immediate workshop to try to make Nell's way out. Ink it pretty hard. Well, DauT not up yet, but whenever he uses the market, he can buy his way up. The Malford game can crash your ability to stream your video where it crashes the viewers. Not crashes the viewers, but it crashes just OBS on my end. And okay, what type of mangonel shot can we get here, Terz? What type of mangonel shot? Doesn't really flatten the army, but does at least force it back. Eagles want to come forward for the mangonel. And TC Garrison has to protect it there. Bills will repair. And DauT up to castle. Remember, once Eagles get up, we'll get an extra +3 attack. The double mangonels taking out the tower. And market used successfully by DauT to go up. And his forward tower will be cleared. Well, good villager advantage for him. But we'll see if that's enough for him to carry this to victory. He will find a forward villager, but not before the monastery goes up. So Terz had been thinking of a monk rush, but that will be found by DauT. Doing another monk. Mangonels come forward. That dock has very little HP left. And the eagle actually can finish it off. And one eagle can poke down that dock. It's got to poke and poke and poke and don't give up. And eventually it'll go down. And now it'll be a castle age eagle, so it might even do more damage. There we go. A monastery forward. that a food settlement on the east side for Terz? Yes, that is a stone settlement on the east side for Terz. So Terz has chopped out. Terz has gotten to the outside. DauT's still working on it. DauT hasn't been chopping the outside. He needs to get there. And stone on the outside will be for Terz. That'll be very valuable for him to make a castle and do eventual Gebetto Warriors. Let me remember to drink some water too. Always important to stay hydrated. Alright, casting for 6 hours. So in the middle, monastery, eagles will pick off the monks. I mean, going monks against eagle civs, I always feel like it's a risky idea. Monks resist conversions just like scouts do. And I think they're even better at picking off monks. I mean, eagles resist conversions just like scouts do. The mangonel here, Terz still looking for a good mangonel shot. Terz, you know, Terz could still wall DauT out. You're right. They could play a game where Terz walls them out. All the stone is on the outside, so you do need to get out if you want any type of castle. Maybe that's the secret to DauT's winning this game, though. If he can't access stone, he can't do a DauT castle. Well, I guess he could. He'd have to use the market a lot for it. But that would be extra DauT, to use the market to buy a castle. That then gets denied. Okay, finally a bit of a mangonel hit. As the mangonel starts rolling forward. They'll maybe still want some repairs on it. Oh, and thank you, Regrettably Alive, for the sub. Thank you very much. Yo. Now, we casted Yo earlier today. Casted him earlier today. This is DauT and Terz. Thank you for the sub. So, mangonel doesn't get the kill on the crossbow. Oh gosh, this will be GG. This castle won't go up. Terz. If that mangonel were alive, seems like a DauT castle, a GG. And there is DauT up 3-1 over Terz. Oof. So better KD there, better economy, and the faster castle approach did not pay off for Terz. We've seen that a couple of times on this map, where people try to go faster to the castle age and it doesn't work out. Is it live? Nope, it was played earlier today. I casted the Rex now because I did not want to conflict with HyperRandom. Oh. My DE itself actually is crashing because of my internet issues. Are there any plans on a video ahead of the playoffs about the civs left for each player and their impact on maps? If I have time. It all depends on if I have time. There are lots of things I'd like to do. That's 3-1 for DauT. And he does win on Narak and then on Tulau. I've not played the new campaigns, no. I haven't played any of the Chronicle stuff. Like I said earlier, I'd love to play Age of Empires 2 campaigns. I'm not really that interested in playing another game in the AoE 2 engine that makes campaigns. I'd much rather see something like a Byzantines campaign or a Chinese campaign. Or something for the classic civs. You heard there's a new Wooloo? Oh, I didn't even hear that. Is there? I'll have to look for it then. That's playing so well. ATM going Expo is a great strat against Malians. Well, it's not just going Expo, right? It's how you execute it. How you have your eco set up with the fish boom and making the right decisions on how to counter it when he sees Terz going for the fast castle. The Byzantines had a campaign. Bari doesn't count as a Byzantines campaign. Bari doesn't count. I want a real Byzantines campaign. Ooh. Okay, well, we've streamed for 6 hours today. I am exhausted and I need to eat some food. I also need to do some map scripting tonight. But I will be casting some more tomorrow. I don't know if there's any HyperRandom tomorrow. If it is, I haven't seen it on the schedule. Let me check their Discord real quick. 15 GMT Sato versus Sorokuma. So, okay, I'll probably cast that at 15 GMT and afterwards continue with more of our Stronghold Frenzy sets. So, that's 11 a.m. I can hopefully wake up in time for that. Alright, so thank you all for watching. I'll end it on YouTube and raid someone on Twitch. Hopefully my internet improves in the future. But I'll see you all later.